Amen. Let the doors be open. Que l'on ouvre les portes. Okay. Orders of the day.
No, sorry.
Now, I understand that the parliamentary secretary was going to get up on a point of order. Am I correct? Not right now? Okay, very good. No, we're getting signals. And I believe the honourable member for Perth Wellington has a point of privilege. Yes.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'm rising today on a question of privilege following yesterday's proceedings concerning the question of privilege raised by the members for Milton and Beauce. As I will establish in my argument, no other government in history has treated a Speaker's finding a prima facie case of privilege in such a reckless and cavalier manner as we saw yesterday. The way the Liberals tried to cover it, with trying to have a committee self-initiate a privilege study, could lead to unintended but very dangerous consequences. As you know, the Speaker found a prima facie case of privilege on this matter. The honourable member for Milton then moved the appropriate motion. A debate ensued. After question period, the honourable member for Brossard-Saint-Lambert moved that the House do now proceed to orders of the day, and the motion was adopted. I am now asking that you, again, find a prima facie case of privilege on the basis of the evidence and submissions tendered last month, as well as the very relevant precedent of the Speaker's own ruling yesterday morning. Last evening, following the proceedings in the House, which I outlined, I gave notice to the Speaker via the table pursuant to Standing Order 48 of my intention to rise on this question of privilege this morning when the House opened. In other words, I am raising this at the earliest opportunity. Now, Mr. Speaker, this might seem like the movie Groundhog Day. I am asking that we have a do-over of yesterday. Let me explain why, and why it is procedurally in order. Page 148 of the House of Commons Procedure and Practice, 2nd edition, makes it clear that motions to proceed to orders of the day are in order during a debate on a privilege motion. Page 149 explains the consequences of such a motion being adopted. Quote, should a motion to proceed to orders of the day be adopted, then the privilege motion is superseded and dropped from the order paper, end quote. The same point is reiterated at page 541. That is why the privilege motion is not printed on today's order paper and not under debate today, even though the House has not come to a decision one way or the other. What we got yesterday from the honourable member for Brossard-Saint-Lambert was some procedural léger de main, a magic trick, Mr. Speaker. And she said that her colleague filed a notice of motion to initiate a study on this issue at the Procedure and House Affairs Committee. Though we are not generally supposed to trouble the chair with procedural matters in committee, I will say that a point of order was raised last evening concerning the inadmissibility of that notice of motion. In short, and for the context of this House, the concern is that it goes beyond the order of reference for the Procedure and House Affairs Committee found in Standing Order 108.3a. The Deputy Government Whip noted at committee last evening that the rule contains the words, quote, among other matters, end quote, which she believes is her good authority to proceed with her notice. In my view, that phrase captures those things which are provided for in the standing orders, such as the automatic referral of statutory reports under Standing Order 32, such as the Chief Electoral Officer's report on the 2015 general election, and the time-sensitive review of it, which has been held hostage by the Government House Leaders' discussion paper, or by an order of reference from the House, such as bills and cases of privilege. The Chair, mere moments before midnight, informed the committee that, quote, The clerk ruled them in order, end quote. Make of that what you will. On the strength of that so-called ruling, a majority at the Procedure and House Affairs Committee can now, and in the future, simply decide, anytime it wishes, to study some issue and write a report leading to recommendations to find someone in contempt of Parliament, to jail people, or even to expel members. Imagine what Parliament is going to become during a minority government. As I said in my opening comments, this is an unintended but very dangerous consequence. Let me be very clear, Mr. Speaker. The Conservative Party, Her Majesty's loyal opposition, wants to see this critical issue studied by the Procedure and House Affairs Committee. Our main concern here is that the government does not disregard the rules of this place, and that we feel the need to clarify on whether the committee can deal with a privilege matter without a proper reference from the House. By reviving the question of privilege in the House, we take the opportunity to ensure that the Procedure and House Affairs Committee can study this important issue, this question of our rights as parliamentarians, with the full confidence of a sturdy procedural footing. Turning to an explanation of the procedural consequences of yesterday's maneuver by the government, the House did not decide for or against the merits of committee study on this question of privilege. Therefore, the so-called same question rule is not triggered. Citation 558.1 of Beauchesne's Parliamentary Rules and Forms, 6th edition, reminds us, quote, "An old rule of Parliament reads that a question being once made and carried in the affirmative or negative cannot be questioned again, but must stand as the judgment of the House," end quote. In refining a prima facie case of privilege, Mr. Speaker, you would not risk contravening this ancient rule. In fact, the consequence of the motion adopted yesterday is, I would submit, to put us back to where we started. For example, if that motion was moved during a concurrence debate, it takes the actual motion debated off of the ordered paper, but any other motion on notice concerning the same report can be moved the very next day. The member whose motion was flushed, so to speak, can simply refile another notice of motion and begin anew. The same goes for motions of instruction, which can be moved during routine proceedings. That is to say, Mr. Speaker, one is back where one began, and can reinitiate the same identical proceeding in the usual fashion appropriate to that class of motion. In the cases of concurrence and instruction motions, that of course is giving 48 hours notice by way of the notice paper. In the case of a privilege motion, I say that it is in raising a question of privilege, asking you to find a prima facie case of privilege, and moving the appropriate privilege motion. Canvassing O'Brien and Bosk for precedent privilege debates where the motion offered by the Honourable Member for Brossard-Saint-Lambert was carried, and Appendix 15 of the volume offers a handy table of cases between 1958 and when our currently privileged procedure was set down in 2008, shows it has never been done before, Mr. Speaker. Each prima facie case of privilege catalogued on pages 1289 to 1297 shows that every privilege motion debated was either adopted or defeated by the House of Commons. Each case of privilege since 2008, again, saw the relevant motion come to a vote with only one exception. That exception was the case of the privilege motion moved by the Honourable Minister of Fisheries and Oceans on June 18th, 2013, which happened to be the last sitting day of the session. The debate had been adjourned, as governments are much more likely to propose during privilege debates, but prorogation followed before the House sat again. Let me state clearly, never has a motion to proceed to orders of the day been before adopted during a privilege debate. This is completely unprecedented, and, I would argue, an extremely dangerous precedent that denies members of their fundamental rights to vote in this place. Why is that, Mr. Speaker? As a matter of logistics, I would say it is to avoid this Groundhog Day atmosphere I described earlier. As a matter of principle, it is the simple acknowledgement of the importance of allowing the House to take a decision on a motion concerning the privileges of this House. These privileges are guaranteed in Section 18 of the Constitution Act 1867, often referred to by its original title, the British North America Act. The law of parliamentary privilege has been held by the Supreme Court of Canada to be a body of constitutional law, a body of law on equal footing with that of the Charter. As I said, this situation is entirely unprecedented. I think the appropriate path forward lies in the analogous situation of privileged cases which get revived following prorogation. Allow me to offer the Chair 2 examples. On May 26, 2003, at page 6,413 of the debates, Mr. Speaker Milliken found a prima facie case of privilege initiated by Mr. Boudria, and the Procedure and House Affairs Committee was tasked with a study. Parliament was prorogued that November before the committee could report. On February 6, 2004, at page 243 of the debates, Mr. Speaker Milliken found a prima facie case of privilege raised by Mr. Breitkreis, which revived the earlier case. The Chair ruled at the time, quote, "As I indicated in the previous session, this was a bona fide question of privilege. Accordingly, in my view, the question remains a question of privilege. The committee did not completely report on the matter, which it is entitled to do. Accordingly, I give the honourable member leave to move his motion." End quote. In a second instance, one which I referenced a moment ago, on June 18, 2013, at page 18,550 of the debates, your predecessor, the Speaker's predecessor, the Honourable Member for Regina Capel, found a prima facie case of privilege raised by the Honourable Minister of Fisheries and Oceans. That case, in fact, had actually been raised by the Honourable Member for Costa Bay Central Notre Dame, the member whose motion has sparked the very debate going on at the Procedure and House Affairs Committee on the unprecedented power grab proposed by the Liberals. In any event, as I mentioned earlier, prorogation followed before debate could be concluded and a vote taken. So, on October 17th, 2013, the member in question revived the case of privilege, and at page 66 of the debates, the Honourable Member for Regina Capel said, quote, "For the same reasons given in my ruling last session, in my view, the matter remains a prima facie question of privilege, and accordingly, I now invite the Honourable Member to move his motion." End quote. These two precedent situations, Mr. Speaker, both stand for two different propositions I want you to consider. Firstly, as I mentioned in introducing them, they are analogous to the situation in which we find ourselves this morning. A prima facie case of privilege had been found, a motion had been proceeded with, and some subsequent procedural interruption came along before the privilege process could come full circle. Secondly, you will note that members who raised the second question of privilege to revive the matter were not the same members who raised the initial prima facie case of privilege. For that matter, in those cases, the second motion was moved by a member of an entirely different political party. To conclude, I do not believe that the Liberal trick yesterday was procedurally appropriate, and worse, it could create a dangerous precedent if it becomes a standing operating procedure around this place. You, Mr. Speaker, are currently seized with a couple of other questions of privilege raised by my colleague on which we eagerly await rulings. However, it becomes a natural concern to me if the Liberal government's go-to move will now be quickly to move to proceed to orders of the day, killing the privileged motions should you find prima facie cases, while they offer up a fig leaf of a procedurally suspect notice of motion at committee. This is not the way to handle the serious matters raised by the Speaker's ruling, serious matters which, as a prima facie case of privilege, warrant priority consideration over all other business of this House. In fact, it smacks of utter arrogance by the government against the Speaker, the guardian of the rights and privileges of members of this House as an institution. No other government in history has, as I related moments earlier, treated a Speaker's finding of a prima facie case of privilege in such a reckless and cavalier manner. If you think about it, we are in an ironic situation. We debated a motion respecting two members being denied the opportunity to vote because of the issues addressed in yesterday's ruling. Then, the government resorted to a too-clever-by-half maneuver which attempted to deny all 338 members of this House the right to vote on an issue concerning our privileges as parliamentarians, which allow us to represent our constituents. This shocking development is sadly consistent with the earlier steps we saw in motion number 6 last year, and now the unilateral power grab cloaked in a pleasant-sounding label of a discussion paper. Please know that we, Her Majesty's loyal opposition, support our Speaker, and we understand the challenging role that the Chair has, and most certainly support the Speaker's first ruling. In fact, we supported it to the point of wanting it to be absolutely certain that it receives the priority it deserves, at the Procedure and House Affairs Committee. Mr. Speaker, assuming your assessment has not changed since yesterday morning's ruling, I am now prepared to move the appropriate motion and vindicate the Chair's established role in deciding prima facie questions of privilege so that the House can make decisions on these serious topics. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Okay, I believe the Parliamentary Secretary to the Government House Leader has a point of order.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Speaker. And I do appreciate and understand the concern that the member across the way has brought forward in the form of a privilege. I would ultimately argue, Mr. Speaker, that as much as I am very sympathetic to the arguments presented, I don't believe that the member has a matter of privilege. And maybe, if I may, just to expand as to why it is I believe that to be the case. At core, I think what's important for us to recognize that, in fact, if you were to look at the House of Commons procedures and practices, and you were to go to page 149, and I'll quote directly from our procedures book here, and I would quote, "If a motion to adjourn the debate or the House is adopted, debate on the privileged two orders of the day be adopted, then the privilege motion is superseded and dropped from the order paper." Mr. Speaker, I would suggest to you that, in fact, what took place yesterday was indeed quite very much so in order. But what I'd like to be able to do is to address a couple of the concerns that the member across the way has raised. I think that it goes without saying almost, I would suggest to you, Mr. Speaker, that unfettered access to the House of Commons, in fact, the parliamentary precinct. And when I say the parliamentary precinct, what I'm talking about is this wonderful, beautiful chamber in which we're having this discussion in today, right now, to our committee rooms, whether they're on the Hill or they're off the Hill, in fact, even to our offices, Mr. Speaker. All of these are very absolute and critical working environments for us to be able to have unfettered access to it. And I think in most part that is in fact what takes place. And when I say most part, I would like to think 99.9% of the time. Unfortunately, I am very much aware at times we have seen that unfettered access challenged. I sat on the Procedures and House Affairs Committee, as I know other members across the way have also. And unfortunately, I have had to deal with this issue at the Proc Committee on more than one occasion. I have stood inside this chamber and I've heard many members talk, rightfully so, about unfettered or being denied that unfettered access, Mr. Speaker. So I don't question the importance of it. This government does not question. I don't believe any member of the House of Commons questions how important it is that we have unfettered access to it. In fact, Mr. Speaker, I was actually quite touched by the one member from the NDP caucus that stood in his place and pulled out his identification card. And if you read the back of the identification card, it reinforces that aspect. Now, having been a parliamentarian for a number of years, one of the things that I've learned over the last 5-6 years is the importance of our standing committees and the fine work that our standing committees actually do, Mr. Speaker. I believe that members of the Standing Committee on Procedures and House Affairs, which has been a fairly active committee as of late. In fact, even when the House sits, it's not just as of late, but the Procedures and House Affairs Committee sits on twice a week, as many other committees do. And they have all sorts of things on their plate and the agenda. Yesterday when I spoke in the House, and I talked about that unfettered access and the issues raised by the member from Milton and other members, Mr. Speaker, I highlighted the fact that as a standing committee, that they understand and they appreciate the issue that we were debating yesterday. And I suggested even back then, just being yesterday, that at the end of the day, this committee can establish its priorities. In fact, I suggested to you, Mr. Speaker, that they have all sorts of abilities as a standing committee. If they want to, they can have a subcommittee to take a look into the matter at hand and say, how can we best deal with this issue? It's not the first time that it has occurred. And maybe it's because of the construction, maybe it's because of other activities. There's a number of reasons, I believe, that have caused this unfettered access to ultimately be violated. So I would like to look to that, our standing committee of PROC, and see in terms of what it is that they might want to do. And I only say this as a recommendation. Maybe the PROC committee can establish a subcommittee to try to get some sort of an overview, a general overview, given the number of times in recent years in which there's been a violation of this. That might be something in which they want to do, Mr. Speaker. I don't want to tie their hands in any way. There was no member, I believe, that was standing up yesterday during that debate saying that the PROC committee should not deal with the issue. I believe that all members of the House recognize the value of the PROC committee in dealing with the issue. My concern is that we, in recognizing the importance of unfettered access, we also recognize that PROC has initiated some actions already that will, in fact, deal with the matter of privilege that was raised, that was issued or addressed yesterday by the Speaker. That is what I believe is very encouraging. In fact, as we had that debate, we had a member of the PROC committee move a motion. And I understand there were some concerns expressed last night with respect to that particular motion. But there was another motion that was moved, and I would like to share with the House what that motion was. Now, this was moved in the PROC committee by a member of PROC, that pursuant to Standing Order 108, bracket 3, bracket A, the committee examined the subject matter of the question of privilege raised by the member for Milton regarding the free movement of members within the parliamentary precinct. Well, Mr. Speaker, just for clarification purposes, the member for Hamilton West, Ancaster Dundas, gave notice of the following motion, that Procedure and House Affairs Committee, or of this motion, yesterday. And it was, in fact, ruled in order from the chair. So what we know, Mr. Speaker, for a fact, is that, yes, the Speaker did make a ruling yesterday, and there was a debate that ensued following that ruling. And then, as according to our own rule book of House of Commons procedures and practice, Mr. Speaker, there was a ruling that was a rule within our procedures that allowed us to get to orders of the day. So there was no violation of this of our institution here, Mr. Speaker. We went to orders of the day, and the day continued on, and then PROC took it upon itself to be able to deal with this. I believe that we should allow for the Procedures and House Affairs Committee to do the fine work that they do in addressing the issue that the Speaker has actually moved. So with respect to the privilege that the member across the way raises, I understand and I'm sympathetic in terms of what it is that the member is talking about with respect to unfettered access. We in government agree with that, Mr. Speaker. But if the member was to look in on our rules and our procedures, he will find that what took place yesterday was, in fact, in order. And our Procedures and House Affairs Committee is doing a fine job in trying to deal with this issue. And I believe that we should not attempt to usurp what it is that the Procedures and House Affairs and that group of individuals, members of Parliament, are attempting to do, Mr. Speaker. I believe that the matter from yesterday will, in fact, be addressed in a very timely fashion. And as such, I don't believe that the member's privilege is valid in the sense that the rules were in fact followed yesterday that allowed us to go to orders of the day, and the issue at hand that was raised yesterday is in fact being dealt with through the Procedures and House Affairs Committee. So with those few thoughts, Mr. Speaker, we're prepared to accept us, move forward, and get on to debating C-25 if that's the desire of the House.
L'honorable député de...
The honourable member for Chambly-Belleuil. On the same point of order, a question of privilege. Yes, Mr. Speaker. Before you continue, sorry for interrupting. I'd just like to point out that the comments are getting kind of long and we're cutting into government orders. So perhaps if you do wish to speak, perhaps you could be as brief as possible. Thank you. Maybe that was a warning for the speaker who preceded me, Mr. Speaker. I'd like to add to what the Conservative said.
Be clear on the importance of the issue, and being here nearly 6 years now, it's something that has come up many times. The Speaker did say the importance of the matter of members' access to the precinct, particularly when there are votes for members to attend, cannot be overstated. It bears repeating that even a temporary denial of access, whether there is a vote or not, cannot be tolerated. Monsieur le Président, c'est très important.
Mr. Speaker, it's very important because, contrary to what the Parliamentary Secretary to the Government House Leader is saying, we're not questioning the committee's work. We're questioning the fact that the government has prevented the House from dealing with a matter that it was seized with.
Of your request for being sensitive to time, I just want to read from O'Brien and Bosque, page 141. Great importance is attached to matters involving privilege. The function of the Speaker is limited to deciding whether the matter is of such a character as to entitle the member who has raised the question to move a motion which will have priority over orders of the day. Priority over orders of the day, that is, in the Speaker's opinion, there's a prima facie question of privilege. If there is, the House must take the matter into immediate consideration. Ultimately, it is the House which decides whether a breach of privilege or a contempt has been committed. Et Monsieur le Président, le problème...
Mr. Speaker, the problem for us and for our Conservative colleagues is that by playing these procedural games, the government prevented the House from exercising its authority over the matter. And one last quote.
I just want to read from House of Commons Procedure and Practice, 2nd edition, page 62. Is any conduct which offends the authority or dignity of the House, even though no breach of any specific privilege may have been committed, is referred to as contempt of the House. Contempt may be an act or an omission. Et Monsieur le Président, cette question est...
Mr. Speaker, this is very important because, once again, given the importance that the Speaker attached to this matter in his ruling, given that it's a fundamental issue that keeps coming up, and considering that the government prevented us from continuing with this debate and exercising our authority, if it's not a question of privilege, it's certainly a question of contempt of the House. This is a matter that seriously affects our ability to do our jobs as members.
That the House be allowed to be seized with these matters, and in particular in the current context where we see, as my Conservative colleague pointed out, the government attempting to unilaterally, change the rules of this place. I think it's critical that we have the ability as parliamentarians and as this place to be able to be seized with this question and decide as a collective on this question and not have the government unilaterally push us into their agenda that they feel we should be seized with. Alors, je laisse ça là-dessus, Monsieur le Président.
So I'll leave it at that, Mr. Speaker. I'm sure what you've heard will enable you to make an enlightened decision about our ability to do our jobs and to follow through on a matter that the Speaker ruled was a matter of crucial importance and a question of privilege, and that is the question of our access to the House.
The Honourable Opposition House Leader.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And I respectfully would ask that you would allow us to weigh in on this very important issue. I understand that your job is to manage this place and to ensure that government business is able to proceed as planned. My concern and why I'd like to make a few comments regarding this is this goes to the very heart of what we as parliamentarians do and how we function in this place. And I think it has been said previously, and it's been said more and more, that power is being centralized more and more and more in one office, the Prime Minister's office. And in this case, whereby the Liberals have the majority, if an edict from the Prime Minister comes down to the Liberal members of Parliament, they then can enforce the Prime Minister's wishes just because they simply have the majority. And this is vital to not just our privileges, because somehow we as members of Parliament need a privilege, but we are elected by the people of Canada to uphold our democracy, and it's the tools that we have here in the House of Commons that we are able to use to uphold that democracy that are at risk. And I mean, dare I say, you know, if we let little things go, these little things become bigger and bigger and bigger. And you will know that a lot of the discussion over the last couple of weeks have been around potential changes to the standing orders. We haven't been talking always about the specifics of those changes. There have been some specifics, but a lot of the concern has been around the way that the government is trying to ram through these changes. And what we saw happen yesterday is in that same vein. It's pretty well the same type of behavior, and it will, if it's let go and nothing happens, it's clear the government is going to be doing what they want to do regardless of the process. Again, this isn't about the end result. I think we all agree that this matter of privilege should be looked at PROC, but there is a process and the way that PROC receives this, and that is by this House being able to vote on this question of privilege. No one can argue that the motion moved yesterday was a privilege motion. The Speaker ruled that it was a privilege motion, and as such, it was granted the status that it deserves. So it seems to me, Mr. Speaker, that any member could now put the motion that flowed from your ruling yesterday on notice, and that motion should appear as a privilege motion on the order paper of the next day. We see it as common sense. It supersedes concurrence motions, goes back on the order paper as a concurrence motion, as would a superseded travel motion, for example. All superseded motions can return to the order paper with the same status as it left the order paper. Now, if the Speaker rules that the motion should go back as something else, such as a private member's motion, then I'm curious to hear what the Speaker's explanation would be as to why a privilege motion is the only type of motion that morphs into something else by virtue of the adoption of a motion to proceed to orders of the day. What's more disturbing is in that scenario is the fact that this magical metamorphosis produces actually an inferior result. That, Mr. Speaker, is an insult to every member in this House. Members' privileges are just that, privileged, and they should be treated as such. Nothing else will do, Mr. Speaker. The right of due process was taken away from two members who missed the vote on March 22nd. It's one thing for the majority to stand in their place and vote against the privilege motion. That might happen. But it is another for them to hide behind a superseding motion where that matter has neither been declined in the affirmative or negative. Mr. Speaker, I would respectfully say that nobody can stand by and allow the rights of members to disappear into the either. The rights cannot be snatched away on a technical glitch, no matter how much the government would like it to be so. I know, Mr. Speaker, the Liberals are trying to make some case that the Standing Committee on Procedural and House Affairs will be dealing with the issue. I think that they're dealing with it in an unorthodox manner, and that, Mr. Speaker, is not the point, and it's why this is so important. The normal due process in matters of privilege has three elements. First, the matter is raised. If the Speaker finds a prima facie question of privilege, he invites the member to move a motion. Then we have debate in the House where the members give their opinions on the matter. If the House so chooses, it can send the matter to committee. If the House chooses to send the matter to committee, Then the committee has the testimony of all those members who participated in the debate to consider. The process of yesterday is missing a few parts. The House didn't pronounce itself on the question. Members have not concluded their remarks since the motion has not yet been decided or adjourned. And the committee does not have a proper reference to consider the matter, and even if it pretends that it does, it's missing all the opinions of those members who wanted to speak. What about the facts that the two members who missed the vote were members of the opposition, and their right to due process was snatched away by a majority of government members? Do we not believe and think that that should be a concern to all of us and to you, Mr. Speaker? It fits right into the theme of this Parliament. Every reform idea proposed by this government attempts to strip away the rights from the opposition, from Motion 6 to the recent batch of standing order changes and the botched attempt and approach taken by the Liberal government to process them. So I ask, Mr. Speaker, I appreciate you allowing me to intervene on this. It is of vital importance, and I ask that you rule on this matter and allow the privilege motion to be decided by the House in the manner suggested by my colleague for Perth Wellington, or by a member placing the motion back on the order paper, which is where it belongs. We need to deal with this in the proper process. We cannot allow a majority or a different unorthodox process to take this out of this House and illegitimately give it to the committee. Although we agree with the end result, but it has to be done in the proper way, and we ask that the Speaker would make that ruling. Thank you.
Okay. The honourable member for York Simcoe.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker, and I find myself a little bit surprised to be standing again today on another point of privilege, which is, in fact, very much related to the point of privilege on which I spoke yesterday. And the accumulation of these things happening together is a signal to everybody. And I should hope is particularly a signal to the Speaker that something is going very, very wrong in this place. And it's a matter of great importance, and it's a hard thing for most normal people to understand is of great importance because it has to do with centuries of history of how this place works and rules that people consider to be arcane. But they are rules that are important because they are rules that are the foundation upon which this democracy exists, upon which it has been built for generations. And what we are seeing with the double maneuver of the government yesterday in choosing to, while saying they respected that privileges have been offended, to vote to extinguish any effort to protect those privileges, and then through another device try and mislead and pretend they're protecting them in a fashion that is entirely inappropriate and not permitted under our rules. Questions of privilege belong to this chamber. Questions of privilege are not government legislation. They take precedence over government business on the orders of the day. They take precedence because they are profound. And a question of privilege and a motion of privilege is the property not of the government, it is the property of this chamber. Yesterday, the majority government members took a decision. They took a decision to reject the effort to protect those privileges. And then they try now, through words, to escape the consequences of that decision and pretend that they did not reject the effort to defend the members of privileges, when that is exactly what they did yesterday. But the more serious question is, are we now going to change how privilege and the defense of privileges of members work in this place from this point going forward? Is privilege no longer a question for this House to decide? Is it now a question of government motions and government initiatives that happen at a committee level? Are we going to so diminish the question of privilege in this place? Are we going to create that as the route through which it is done? That's why this calls out for the intervention of a speaker. I think there are rare occasions in the history of a parliament when events begin to take a course and for whatever reason, people get too clever by half. You get folks who think they can find ways to change rules and make new rules and make life more efficient for themselves. Some people call this stuff, campaign brain or political brain. and they get too clever by half. And in a time like this, the circumstances cry out for a speaker to say, no, I am going to do my duty to defend the rights and privileges of members of this place, because that is the most profound and important duty of the speaker. That is what the speaker is elected by the members to do. Not to aid and abet government effort to make their life more efficient, and I would never suggest our speaker has done that thus far. I'm very pleased that hasn't happened. But there comes a time when passivity is not sufficient. And when this question of privilege was raised, it is raising a question of profound importance that calls out for that intervention to protect all of our rights, all of our privileges. Remember what we talked about. The government is saying, don't worry, privilege can be taken care of by the initiative of a government member at a committee. I don't see that anywhere. I don't see that anywhere in the big green books. I don't see it anywhere in Erskine and May. I don't see it anywhere in centuries of speakers' decisions. Committees deal with questions of privilege after this place, sitting as a court, has taken a decision on them and referred them there. We are to sit in the second instance, you, Mr. Speaker, in the first instance in making the prima facie finding, and then this place, as a court in the second instance, making the decision on a reference. That is the proper process. The government, for whatever reason, while saying they pretended they protected the privileges, took a decision yesterday to extinguish and snuff out the effort, the proper effort through the processes that belong to us to defend those privileges. Every member on that side who voted to do so took that decision that the right of a member to vote wasn't really important enough for them. They were going to have it drop off the agenda of this place. And now they try to, through some sleight of hand, make a trick where they pretend they are really going to defend it elsewhere. And it's not the process that does that. And if it does it, we aren't really defending the rights and privileges of members at all. It is a profoundly troubling maneuver. Now, it comes in the context, and the context is important, Mr. Speaker, of these other events that are taking place, because they are seeking to change rules once again here. They're seeking to change rules at a committee. And they're doing so at the same time as saying, oh, we just want good faith discussions, trust us. Same as, oh, this kind of motion is another good way of doing it, just trust us. One of the ways that this House of Commons has worked, again for generations, has been through trust. Sure, we can have partisanship.
We have a point of order. The honourable member for Chambly-Belleuil.
Oui, merci, Monsieur le Président.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Speaker.
For interrupting. I just want to raise the issue that I think all members in this House were also expecting, as you were at the opening of the doors, a motion from the government to hear from the Prime Minister on matters of great importance. And I just wanted to raise to this House that while we continue to debate this critical issue of privilege, we also, whenever the government is ready, are also ready to hear from the Prime Minister on important matters, and we still haven't heard that motion. Merci, Monsieur le Président.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Okay. Another point of order. The Parliamentary Secretary to the Government House Leader.
Yes, on the same point of order, and maybe if the member has heard something that I have not heard, that there has been a full agreement, then maybe we could move ahead. I would encourage the member opposite to work with his back office and see if, in fact, there was an agreement as we await to see if there's a sense of cooperation on the issue.
Before I give the floor back to the honourable member for York Simcoe, I would just like to maybe ask that he could get to maybe a conclusion of sorts. I don't want to cut it off short, but there are other members who want to speak to it, and time is limited this morning. It's important to hear from as many people, and it's not about cutting off, it's about maybe being concise, and we seem to be moving into an area of debate. We seem to have another point of order from the honourable member for Belleuil-Chambly.
Oui, merci, Monsieur le Président.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Speaker.
À répondre.
Just to respond to the answer to my point of order, I think that it's important to note that there was an agreement on our end, so I would appreciate that my colleague not question our intentions. I can't speak for my colleagues' neighbors here.
There is agreement, and I don't appreciate the Parliamentary Secretary to the Government House Leader putting that into question. Our intentions on this side of the House, despite the debate on this important issue.
I believe the Honourable Opposition House Leader has a point of order as well regarding this.
Yes, in relation to this, I just want to make sure that you are aware, as well as everyone is aware, that as my NDP colleague stated, we were fully prepared to give full consent first thing at 10 o'clock for the Prime Minister to be bringing a statement on some very important things that are going on today. And we were actually quite surprised when the government didn't bring that motion forward. Our understanding is that there is unanimous consent, and we would have been happy to have said yes to that. So Conservatives were also in agreement.
I want to thank the honourable members for their point of clarification. If possible, if they could take it into the lobby and maybe come to some kind of concise consent and then bring it forward through one member that they have unanimous, and we'll bring it to the room. The honourable member for York Simcoe, if you can continue, please. Thank you.
Thank you very much. And I was about to commence on another element of my argument. I was certainly more than ready to stand down for the period of time to allow such a statement from the Prime Minister if the government was ever going to propose it. I certainly had been expecting it at 10:30, but in any event, I guess pending them seeking to do so, I'll continue. Where I was heading was the context in which this is occurring, the context of rules being changed and people asking from the government, asking that they be trusted on their kinds of initiatives like this. Yet we keep seeing a contradiction between words and deeds, and the contradictions keep piling up. And why is this important? And this is important because this place works on trust. This place works on the principle that when House leaders speak to each other, which apparently the opposition House leader or parliamentary secretary, the House leader on this other matter, has been doing, the communications begin to break down. And that trust is very, very important. And there's an interesting element to this that is critically important. And in the United Kingdom, the mother parliament, they refer to something called the usual channels. And the usual channels constitutes that element of the different House leaders and whips speaking together. And perhaps in the UK, the whips take the more supreme role. Here, it's the House leaders who take the supreme role. But there's an excellent paper that was written called Opening Up the Usual Channels that discusses some of this. And I just wanted to point to some of the important elements in it, some of the quotes they provide. And the first is one that comes actually from Erskine and May, 22nd edition, 1997. It says, "The efficient and smooth running of the parliamentary machine depends largely upon the whips. The government chief whip and the chief whip of the largest opposition party constitute the usual channels through which consultations are held with other parties and members about business arrangements and other matters of concern to this House." That trust, that ability to negotiate, that ability to discuss together is critical to this place working. Yet the effort by the government repeatedly, whether it be through Motion 6 some time ago, and we recall the issues that arose out of that, whether it be through the actions at Procedure and House Affairs and the effort to push through their timelines unilaterally on changes to the rules of this place, again, something that is out of the usual practices of this place, and now, last night's maneuver, are all part and parcel of the same thing. And Mr. Speaker, I urge you, as we're seeing this break down, this ability of the parties to negotiate and to discuss together break down, this can have very troubling consequences for the long term. We're seeing it right this very moment, where that communication is broken down. The government is failing to do its job. And if I were to read again and quote again from this paper, one of the most distinctive features of the Westminster Parliament is the way in which parliamentary business is organized. The initiative in arranging the parliamentary agenda lies largely with the government of the day, and the ultimate decision on what is debated, when and for how long, rests with the government. However, in practice, the government negotiates with the opposition parties, particularly the official opposition, through what are euphemistically called or described as the usual channels. And it's an important mechanism, and it is part of the culture, and the Speaker's staff, or some of the clerk's table, actually attend these meetings that take place in these usual channels, just to speak to its importance in the practical aspects of making this place work. But, Mr. Speaker, if we are to allow the maneuver that took place at committee to stand, in the context of the other things taking place at committee, the unilateral effort to change the rules, and the fact that there is a clear difference between what is said in this place and what is protested in this place by the government, and then the deeds and actions that follow that are entirely contradictory to that. One can see that there is a need, I think, for the Speaker at this time to stand up and defend the rights of the members in this place, defend the rules that we have had for so many years, and send a message to the government, to all members, that this place has to work based on that kind of trust and straightforwardness. In my many years as House Leader, many may have taken issue with the approach that I utilized. But one thing I don't think you will ever find anyone take issue with is that we were always straightforward, direct, told the truth, and did business in a productive and business-like fashion. And that is how it must be done. One where we always respected the rules and followed the rules. Not one where we tried to change the rules through backdoor processes as we are seeing right here. And make no mistake, this is an example of the government trying to change the rules as they regard privilege in this place through a backdoor maneuver through this motion at committee that is being proposed. That is wholly inappropriate. That is wholly unacceptable. And it cries out for your intervention, Mr. Speaker. And with that, I will close my comments, but underline that it is far more troubling than may sound the case for persons unfamiliar with procedure. For those of us who are familiar with this place and have been here a long, long time, the maneuvers and actions here are very, very troubling, and the consequences for all our privileges and how privilege is dealt with here are very, very profound. Thank you.
The Honourable Member for Sarnia-Lambton. I just want to remind the Honourable Member for Sarnia-Lambton that we'll be stopping or breaking for the statements by members and then continue after. The Honourable Member.
Mr. Speaker, and I do need to weigh in on this question of parliamentary privilege, and I will be concise in recognition of the time. Now, I don't claim to be as educated on the rules of this House as the many members that have spoken before me, and so I trust you, Mr. Speaker, to make the judgment of whether or not the things that have happened are to the letter of the procedures of this House. But I certainly do not think that they are to the spirit intended for the procedures of this House. And, Mr. Speaker, it's clear to me that the Speaker's decision on the members' prima facie parliamentary privilege was violated, that they could not come and vote. And we have seen votes in this House, even in the parliamentary session since I got elected, come to a place where the Speaker had to break the tie and there was a threat that the government was overthrown. So voting privileges are really, really critical. And so to be having a debate yesterday, I was in the debate. I watched us talk about it, but we never came to resolution. And I think that for to have members from the governing party come with a motion that doesn't represent what everybody in the House was coming to as consensus, and to not even have a chance to input to that is really almost violating our privileges again to be part of the decisions that happen in this House. Mr. Speaker, it's clear to me that the Proc Committee has always been the place that things immediately go and that they immediately take precedence. And I have no idea why there was so much resistance to that issue. And I feel that, with votes coming as early as next week, that we definitely need to, come to a quick resolution of this. And this is not something that we should be taking a lot of time with. I recognize that there's construction going on, that there's cars coming coming and going, but I have personally been prevented leaving the House and coming into the House. Didn't affect my ability to vote, but it's definitely something that's going on. And so I really feel that the things that happened yesterday don't reflect the spirit of this House and the spirit of our democracy. And I really believe that, Mr. Speaker, you need to look into what happened, because if that does become a precedent and people start to think to themselves, well, you know what, let's just take our majority and use it to overcome the rules of the House, the rules that are supposed to preserve our democracy, well then, Mr. Speaker, I really don't think that is what we are here to do. We're here to represent Canadians. And so 338 people had the right to weigh in on this issue and not have it pulled out from under them like a rug and not come to a good resolution. And so I thank you, Mr. Speaker, for hearing me on this issue. Certainly, I tried to be concise, but I don't think that what occurred happened in the spirit of this House, and I look to you to see whether it did indeed meet the letter of the rules. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
We'll move to statements by members. The honourable member for Brampton South.
Mr. Speaker, I want to tell you about a great place in my riding of Brampton South. Peel Art Gallery Museum and Archives, or PAMA, is a place that unites us all. I have been to dozens of PAMA's events over the years, and I'm proud of the diversity on display there. PAMA does a number of events that brings us together. For example, they recently featured an exhibit exploring what it means to live on Turtle Island, and each year hosts celebrations for Black History Month. This month, they are celebrating Sikh Heritage Month with historical exhibits all month, including one about the journey of Kamagata and the rich history of Sikhs. I want to thank the hardworking team at PAMA, Marty, Anne-Marie, Maureen, Chuck, their advisory board, all artists and all other involved in their great work. I invite everyone to come down to Brampton South, visit PAMA, and see the magic of art and history which brings us together. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
The Honourable Member for Portneuf-Jacques-Cartier. Well, thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. It's with great pride that I congratulate the CEO of the Biscuit Leclerc Group, Mr. Denis Leclerc, for having purchased a second production facility in Tennessee. This is a family business, as you may know, that has its head office in Saint-Augustin de Portneuf-Jacques-Cartier, and this new acquisition will enable it to increase its revenues by 20%. Groupe Leclerc produces excellent cookies and snack bars. This leader in North America in food production is listed amongst the 50 best managed companies in Canada, has more than 650 employees, and the products are distributed to 20 countries. I acknowledge and salute the excellent work being done by Mr. Denis Leclerc and all of his team. I'd like to take this opportunity to say that the grandson, the father of Denis, Mr. Jean-Robert Leclerc, and Suzanne La Jeunesse are celebrating their 60th wedding anniversary. My sincerest congratulations to both of you. Congratulations to these proud citizens of Portneuf-Jacques-Cartier on behalf of Quebecers and all Canadians. The Honourable Member for Pierrefonds-Dollard.
Monsieur le Président, aujourd'hui nous célébrons.
Mr. Speaker, today we're celebrating World Health Day. We'd like to thank organizations like HoC that to strive to enhance access to medication in vulnerable sectors. Recently, HoC sent medication to treat people following Hurricane Matthew.
Humble office in a strip mall in my riding, HoC ensures that over 1 million people a year receive the required medications for free. They are supported by dozens of pharmaceutical companies who generously donate these medicines. From Afghanistan to Zimbabwe and over 100 countries in between. HoC, this wonderful Canadian charity, has donated more than 30 million medical treatments to people in need around the world. So I say bravo to HoC and all such organizations on World Health Day.
Hear, hear. Bravo. The Honourable Member for North Island, Powell River.
Mr. Speaker, on April the 9th, 1917, the bravery of Canadian soldiers led to the victory of the Allied forces by capturing Vimy Ridge. In turn, this distinctly Canadian triumph helped create a new and stronger sense of national identity in our country. Vimy success came at a heavy cost. Approximately 100,000 Canadian soldiers participated in the battle and fought valiantly to capture the ridge. 3,600 Canadians lost their lives, 7,000 were injured. The battle left scars that can never be healed and should never be forgotten. As we celebrate the 100-year anniversary of Vimy Ridge this Sunday, we must honor the soldiers and their families who served our country at Vimy Ridge and acknowledge the sacrifices they made for a more peaceful future. On this day of commemoration, we must also pay our respects to each and every veteran and serving member of the Canadian Forces who continue to serve Canada at home and abroad in the name of peace.
Member for Charlottetown.
It being April, it gives me great pleasure to rise today and inform the House that PEI Burger Love has returned to the island. Every April since 2011, island restaurants have offered their own special burgers made with 100% island beef and topped with fresh and imaginative ingredients. Last year, over 163,000 burgers were sold, more burgers than there are islanders, resulting in a whopping $2.2 million in sales in just 30 days. The annual event is followed fanatically. Many compete to see who can try the most burgers, and restaurants vie to win the crown of Best Burger. With 84 participating locations this year, it's safe to say that Canada's food island is thriving, thanks to our farmers, to our chefs, to our restaurateurs, and most of all to islanders. PEI is all about beaches in the summer, but this month it's all burger love all the time.
Hey, the honourable member for Sarnia-Lambton.
Mr. Speaker, I'm honoured to congratulate Lambton College in my riding of Sarnia-Lambton as they celebrate their 50th anniversary. As the second oldest college in Ontario, this innovative education hub has diverse programs from firefighting to healthcare professionals to social justice and chemical production engineering technology. They are pioneers in clean tech and the bio-industry. They've been ranked third in the country and first in the province of Ontario for placing students in jobs. The Lambton College Cube launches entrepreneurial startup businesses, and their Enactus program is recognized globally as one that helps feed the world and address poverty. Lambton College graduates leave their mark of excellence wherever they go. I send my congratulations to all current and past students and faculty of Lambton College and wish them continued success in the years ahead. Thank you.
The honourable member for Fleetwood, Port Kells.
100 years ago this Sunday, 100,000 Canadians went over the top in our historic victory at Vimy Ridge. A rolling artillery barrage advanced in front of our troops, pinning the enemy down in their shelters until it was practically too late for them to emerge. We took Vimy Ridge, and although the casualties were horrendous, our innovative military strategy spared lives on both sides. We took 11,000 prisoners. But the story isn't over. We have unfinished business at Vimy. 44 members of the Canadian Scottish may still be in battlefield graves. Their descendants want to find them. They want them to be taken to their proper final rest in the Nine Elms Canadian Cemetery. Military historian Norm Christie has produced a documentary that tells the story of the 44. The Missing airs Sunday at 9 p.m. on the History Channel. I invite everyone to tune in to see the efforts to find and honor these heroes who helped write this momentous chapter in Canadians' history.
Le député de La Prairie.
The honourable member for La Prairie. Mr. Speaker, we're all affected by mental illness in one way or another, be it a loved one, a friend, or a colleague. No one escapes it. On this International Health Day, I want to underscore the importance of organizations in La Prairie which take action on a daily basis to improve the well-being of people in need. La Maison du Goualin in Saint-Constant has been meeting people's needs in mental health for 20 years in the Roussillon region. L'Avant-Garde, a group that provides assistance and public education for mental health in La Prairie, works to improve the quality of life of people. And Au Cœur des Familles Agricoles, an organization that works on and focuses on obtaining sustainable results. On behalf of all of my colleagues, I want to thank all of these organizations. The honourable member for Lévis-Lotbinière. Mr. Speaker, I'd like to underscore the tremendous efforts undertaken by Canadians who participated in the important battle of the First World War, that it remains forever recorded in the collective memory of our country and left us with a wonderful legacy. On these difficult days in April 2017, we'll all remember the Battle of Vimy Ridge, which began at 5:30 in the morning on the Monday following Easter on April 9th. It was a tremendous victory for our country. However, it came at a very high cost. The death toll was high. Without them, we couldn't have carved out a new national identity and established a position on the international scene by signing the Traité de Versailles, which officially put an end to the First World War. Now, the Vimy National Memorial rises high above a peaceful country landscape. We thank the veterans for their sacrifices. We acknowledge the work of all people who served and continue to serve during times of war and times of peace. Thank you. The Honourable Member for Laurentides-Labelle. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. April 23rd to 29th will be National Volunteer Action Week, and hundreds of citizens are very devoted to these causes in my riding, and I want to thank them. Last Saturday, the Quebec Lieutenant Governor awarded medals to 15 people from my riding. I was present there to recognize these young people and seniors for their ongoing action. I'd like to congratulate them all.
André Carmon et Gilles Pilon de Sainte-Anne-des-Lacs, Carmel Huppé et Marguerite Paquette de Saint-Sauveur, Lucie Lantier de ma ville natale de Sainte-Lucie, Viviane Court Rathwell of Arundel, René Deschaines-Dubé de Mont-Laurier, Émilie Gauthier de Mont-Tremblant, Simon Graton Laplante de Mont-Laurier, Laurence Latour-Laitre de Sainte-Marguerite-du-Lac-Masson, Catherine Mainville de Lac-Sauguet, Nicolas Gaudreau de Saint-Sauveur et Juliana Desrochers de Sainte-Anne-des-Lacs. Les bénévoles sont...
Volunteers are absolutely indispensable for the development of our communities, and we can never thank them enough. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Fredericton.
Mr. Speaker, on March 12th, Fredericton lost a dedicated educator with an unparalleled passion for teaching, enthusiasm for the arts, and joy of travel. Jim Miles taught for over 30 years at Fredericton High School, receiving the Prime Minister's Award for Teaching Excellence in 1999. Jim directed the FHS musical production for over 20 years. His productions were known for their high quality, inclusiveness, and camaraderie. Many FHS grads, including yours truly, will cite production as the highlight of their high school career. Jim a encadré de nombreux acteurs de Broadway.
Jim worked with many actors who went to Broadway and worked on the Canadian scene, including Juno winners Misa Brueggemeyer and David Miles. Jim organized trips across the world and continued to lead international tours until he retired.
His wife Carmel, siblings Jane, John, and David, his sons Andrew, Jeremy, Sean, and David, his many grandchildren, friends, and community members who he so deeply impacted. Thank you.
The Honourable Member for Souris, Moose Mountain.
Mr. Speaker, September 10th, 2016, the Royal Canadian SFAN Branch Legion number 60 dedicated the SFAN Soldiers Tree. I would like to recognize Les Heinzman, the man with the idea, Darren Jones, the architect, Robert Rooks, Jim Frosty Forrest, and all those who contributed to the funding of this project. Mr. Jones carved this magnificent memorial from a 100-year-old cottonwood tree with a girth of 18 feet and 20 feet height, using only a chainsaw. It tells the story of Canada's military contribution to the Allied victories. It serves to honor those who serve us in the past, in the present, and in the future. Tomorrow, there will be a parade to the memorial, followed by a dinner to commemorate the 100th anniversary of the Battle of Vimy Ridge, where over 7,000 Canadians were wounded and 3,598 made the ultimate sacrifice, including 422 from Saskatchewan. My family, along with many veterans, legionnaires, and fellow Canadians, will pay tribute this weekend to these brave Canadians. Their country needed them. They answered the call. We shall not forget.
The
Honourable Member for Châteauguay-Lacolle.
Mr. Speaker, last month I took part in the Berlin TB Summit of the Global TB Caucus. This initiative drew together a dedicated group of parliamentarians from the G20 countries in order to build a coordinated response to the AMR agenda at the G20 this summer and press for the inclusion of TB within broader efforts to tackle drug resistance. Tuberculosis is an infectious disease that causes
the most victims throughout the world. Some 1.8 million people die each year, including people living in G20 countries.
Action is to ensure TB is recognized as a priority pathogen within the AMR agenda, and to devote all necessary efforts to tackling the disease within the G20 and across the world. Nous devons agir.
We must act now if we want to eliminate tuberculosis. Thank you.
The member for Saskatoon West.
Mr. Speaker, today is World Health Day, and this week is Global Asbestos Awareness Week. The WHO estimates that 125 million people worldwide are exposed to asbestos. Each year, over 2,000 Canadians receive the devastating news that a loved one has been diagnosed with an asbestos-related disease. I am proud of the work done in my province of Saskatchewan, the tireless advocacy of unions and workers to raise awareness about asbestos led to the first mandatory registry of buildings containing asbestos. The Canadian government finally made a commitment to ban asbestos, but is asking Canadians to wait another year before a ban is in place. I implore the government to ban asbestos earlier rather than later. Why make Canadians wait? As Jesse Todd, the president of the Saskatchewan Asbestos Disease Awareness Organization, has said, the best response to this hazard is to empower citizens and governments with the best information possible so they can take steps that will prevent the exposure to asbestos. Thank you.
L'honorable député de Charlesbourg.
The honourable member for Charlesbourg, Haute-Saint-Charles. 100 years ago, we were on the eve of the offensive at Vimy Ridge. In order to avoid attracting the attention of the German army, thousands of Canadian soldiers hid in caves underground before the launch of the offensive. Preparations, timing, and the courage of Canadians allowed for success where 100,000 French soldiers had lost their lives without any results. It was the first time where where 4 Canadian divisions fought together. It was our first offensive as a country. The 22nd Regiment from Quebec participated in this historic charge by clearing the trenches. They captured more than 500 prisoners and 5 machine guns. This battle was an historic one for Canada, represented the ultimate sacrifice for thousands of families. 100,000 Canadians participated in the assault. 10,600 were injured and killed. They all sacrificed their lives to defend liberty. We will never forget these heroes.
For Thunder Bay Rainy River.
Mr. Speaker, it is with great sadness that we hear of the attack in central Stockholm. Mr. Speaker, we offer our deepest condolences to the family and friends of all the victims of this heinous attack. We wish a quick recovery to all those injured. Canada stands with the people of Sweden and stands ready to support in any way we can. Sweden, we are thinking of you.
Oral questions, question orale. The honourable member for Carleton.
Speaker, the Prime Minister is being dangerously naive on Syria. Yesterday, he said that the United Nations Security Council needed to have a meeting, pass resolutions, hold an investigation to find out who was originally responsible for the chemical attacks against Syrian civilians, including children. Only hours later, the United States launched missile strikes against the origins of those very chemical attacks. Why is it that the Prime Minister continues to put all of his faith in the Security Council, which has failed to confront Bashar al-Assad?
Right Honourable Prime Minister.
Last night, the United States Secretary of Defense briefed Canada's Minister of Defense in advance of the American military strike in Syria. The Minister of Defense then immediately briefed me. This morning, I spoke with the President directly and emphasized that Canada agrees that Assad's repeated use of chemical weapons must not continue. In the face of such heinous war crimes, all civilized peoples must speak with one voice. That is why Canada fully supports the United States' limited, focused action to degrade the Assad regime's ability to launch such attacks. We continue to support diplomatic efforts with our international partners to resolve the crisis in Syria.
The honourable member for Carleton.
as does the Conservative Party support the United States missile strikes against the Syrian regime in the aftermath of its chemical weapons attacks on its own civilians. That said, yesterday, that was not the Prime Minister's position. At that point, he said it wasn't even clear who was responsible for the chemical attacks on Syrian civilians, and that the UN Security Council needed to hold another meeting, which would include a veto power by the Russian Federation. Mr. Speaker, when will the Prime Minister stop being so dangerously naive and confront this dictator and this tyrant?
The Right Honourable Prime Minister.
Yesterday, the U.S. Secretary of State informed our defense minister before the American strike in Syria. The defense minister immediately relayed the information to me, and this morning I spoke directly to the president. I stressed the fact that repeated use of chemical weapons by Assad had to stop. With these war crimes going on, all civilized societies have to speak with one voice, and that is why we fully support the limited and focused action by the U.S. that was designed to limit or hinder the Assad regime's ability to commit this type of attack. When we support the international community's attempts to resolve this situation.
Government provided a $372 million loan to Bombardier. Executives at the company decided to pay themselves a 50% pay hike. In addition to retaining the dual share class structure, which allows the billionaire Bombardier Baudouin family to control a majority of shares with only a minority of stocks. This party wants to bring those executives before a parliamentary committee to answer questions about their conduct. Why won't the Prime Minister support such hearings?
The Right Honourable Prime Minister.
Mr. Speaker, as Canadians know, we spent many months looking at how best to support the jobs and the economic growth of Bombardier and the aerospace industry in the right way, and we determined that a loan specifically for the C-Series and the Global 7000 airplanes was the best way to go. We believe in the long-term strength of the aerospace industry in Canada. We know it leads to good jobs right across the country and economic growth that benefits the middle class, and that's why we made that long-term loan.
The honourable member for Louis Saint Laurent. Mr. Speaker, all Canadians and humans were terrified when they learned about the deplorable events in Syria. What the Prime Minister said is fine, but does he realize that the UN Security Council's inaction is allowing this type of thing to go on with impunity? The Right Honourable Prime Minister. Canada continues to believe in multilateralism. We know that we have to work diplomatically to create a system of world peace and security for the people in security. But we recognize that what the U.S. did was necessary to degrade the capacity of the Assad regime and to send a clear signal that everyone who supports the Assad regime is partly responsible for those chemical attacks. The honourable member for Louis Saint Laurent. Mr. Speaker, changing topics. Canadians have loaned hundreds of millions of dollars to Bombardier, and Bombardier laid off 14,000 people and gave their execs whopping raises. Mr. Speaker, we wanted to give the Bombardier CEO the opportunity to explain himself before the Finance Committee, but the Liberals voted that down. Can the Prime Minister tell us why he wants to keep Canadians in the dark and deny accountability? The Right Honourable Prime Minister. Mr. Speaker, this government understands how important aerospace jobs are for middle-class Canadians and for economic growth. That is why we chose to invest by loaning money to Bombardier for the C-Series and Global 7000. Those programs will deliver jobs and economic growth for Canadians, and that will help us create opportunities for the middle class. I'd like to remind members
that I heard the question very clearly, but I had a hard time hearing the answer. And if you don't mind, I'd like to hear what comes out. The honourable member for Victoria.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Mr. Speaker, can the Prime Minister please inform Canadians when the government was first informed of the U.S. attack? And when we were informed, did the government offer Canada's support?
Please inform Canadians when the government was first informed of the U.S. attack and its nature, and when we were informed, did the government offer Canada's support?
Right Honourable Prime Minister.
Mr. Speaker, we were informed about an hour before the airstrikes by the American military on Syria. We emphasized that we certainly believe that the Assad regime needs to be held to account for its actions against its civilians, particularly the use of chemical weapons against children and innocents, and further that degrading their capacity to continue such attacks is in the interest of the entire international community and the path to peace for Syria.
The honourable member for Victoria.
Mr. Speaker, can the Prime Minister reveal to Canadians if this attack was part of a larger strategy? And will the government insist that Canada's support for further action is contingent on an approach of multilateralism? Monsieur le Président, le Premier ministre va-t-il...
Mr. Speaker, will the Prime Minister stress that Canada's support is conditional on a multilateral approach? The Right Honourable Prime Minister. Mr. Speaker, in my conversation with the American president this morning, we discussed the effectiveness of limited and focused attacks on the regime's capacity to continue to use chemical weapons against civilians. At the same time, we repeated how important it is to pursue diplomatic solutions to the situation in Syria. We know that long-term solutions for Syria have to go by way of diplomacy. The honourable member for Berthier-Masquinongé.
Weeks ago, the NDP secured all-party support to fast-track the bill C-337 by the honourable member for Sturgeon River Parkland regarding sexual assault training for judges. Women rarely report sexual assault, and when they do, sadly, the justice system often fails to handle these cases properly. Unfortunately, the Minister for the Status of Women does not appear to support this idea, and it sounds like she's washing her hands of this important piece of legislation. Can the government please tell the House whether it supports this important bill?
The Right Honourable Prime Minister.
As people well know, Mr. Speaker, this government and me personally support moving against gender-based violence, moving against the discrimination that happens still within our court system, within our justice system, against survivors of sexual assault. We know there is much more to do, and we are happy to listen to and work with all members in this House on proposals that come forward to do just that. We look forward to the committee study that will further the various ways in which we can do this, and we continue to stand firmly against sexual assault and harassment.
The honourable member for Berthier-Masquinongé.
Monsieur le Président.
Mr. Speaker, although I salute the investments to help women who are victims of sexual assault, the Prime Minister hasn't answered my question. By supporting the NDP motion to refer this bill to committee, the government showed support for the spirit of this bill. The government is in agree with the principle that this education is necessary. I don't understand why the Prime Minister seems unable to give a clear answer to my question. If the government's concerned about the bill, could they tell us how they might amend the bill? The Right Honourable Prime Minister. Mr. Speaker, the important work of the committee on this bill and on all bills is an integral part of our democratic approach here. As we all know, we support the goal of reducing violence against women and supporting the victims and helping them be successful with prosecutions and holding the wrongdoers to account. We will work with all our colleagues to ensure that this is done the right way.
Warner.
Mr. Speaker, thousands of people in my riding remain out of work and are struggling to make ends meet. Budget 2017 has done nothing to give these people hope or change their circumstance. This inaction is destroying families. Contrast that reality with the fact that this Prime Minister has sent taxpayers' dollars directly to the Aga Khan to pay for a vacation for a government staffer. With so many Canadians out of work and struggling, how can this Prime Minister justify hard-earned Canadian tax dollars to his billionaire friend?
The Honourable Government House Leader.
Speaker, as I have said in this House before, the Prime Minister, whether on personal or business travel, is given the necessary resources, as has been the case for previous Prime Ministers. What's more important to note is that this government was elected on a commitment to make the investments to help grow the economy and create the jobs that the member is referring to that Canadians need. In the last 8 months, we have seen 250,000 jobs be created, full-time, good jobs for Canadians. This is the kind of growth Canadians need. These are the kind of investments we will continue to make to support Canadians. Thank you.
The Honourable Member for Oshawa.
Mr. Speaker, Peter Cleary, the Health Minister's former senior advisor, is now a lobbyist at Santis Health, a lobbying firm that primarily lobbies her. Now, while the Minister claims that his new employment was cleared by the Ethics Commissioner, it still doesn't pass the smell test. When was Mr. Cleary offered the job at Santis Health, and what files did he have access to after he was offered his new gig?
The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. As the member well knows, every exam staff hired knows full well the responsibilities they must respect both during their hiring and following their hiring. The rules are quite clear, and we have no reason to doubt that they will be respected, and in this case, that they have been respected.
L'honorable député de Beauport.
The honourable member for Beauport, Côte-de-Beaupré, Île-d'Orléans, Charlevoix. When liberal cronyism becomes the rule, you've got to ask yourself, where does it end? Mr. Speaker, we recently learned that the former advisor to the Health Minister, Peter Cleary, is now working for Santis Health and lobbying the Minister. Is the Minister aware of the conflict of interest? And can she reassure the House that she and herself will not be meeting with Peter Cleary? The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Health Minister. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. As the Minister said here, the individual in question will be meeting with the Ethics Commissioner and will not be lobbying the Health Minister.
Well, Mr. Speaker, first there was the appointment to the Halifax Port Authority in exchange for the Finance Minister's Cash for Access donation. Then there was judicial appointments from the pool of lawyers attending Liberal fundraisers. Now we have failed Liberal candidate Jennifer Stebbing appointed to the Hamilton Port Authority without meeting the Transport Canada job criteria. What appointments will the Liberals give their failed candidates in Calgary, Midnapore, and Calgary Heritage?
The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary.
Mr. Speaker, our government has adopted an appointment process that supports the recruitment and selection of high-caliber candidates that is open and transparent, merit-based, and reflects Canada's diversity, including gender balance. These are eminently qualified individuals from legal, financial, community, and academic backgrounds, and we are very pleased that they have accepted these appointments. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
The Honourable Member for Moose Jaw, Lake Centre, Lanigan.
Mr. Speaker, there's been a long-standing tradition that any changes to the standing orders must require unanimous consent. In the last Parliament, I chaired an all-party committee looking at changes to the standing order. In fact, the current Parliamentary Secretary to the Government House Leader was Vice Chair of that committee and was an enthusiastic supporter of the concept of unanimity. Well, my, how times have changed. Mr. Speaker, when will this government finally admit that any changes made to the standing orders must be made for the benefit of all parliamentarians and not just for the benefit of Liberals?
Hear, hear. The Honourable Government House Leader.
Canadians to modernize the way this place works and to bring it into the 21st century. This government is committed to working with all members of Parliament and all sides of this House, and I will continue to encourage that conversation, that discussion on ideas on how to improve the way this place works. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
The Honourable Member for Perth Wellington.
Mr. Speaker, the unnecessary standing order standoff has continued for nearly 3 weeks, and the Liberal House Leader says she wants to have a conversation. But a conversation only works if she's willing to listen. All Canadians expect a voice in this House, not just the Liberal front bench. Why are these Liberals so afraid of accountability and transparency?
The Honourable Government House Leader.
Speaker, as we have said time and time again, we actually want more accountability and more transparency, and that's why we want to have these conversations, these important discussions. The member knows.
We were doing so well. What happened? I'd like to hear the answer to the Honourable Government House Leader.
The member knows, as do all members, that my door is always open. I will always be listening and wanting to have a conversation. I think it's important that we have a constructive conversation on some of the ideas. I welcome more ideas. I welcome the ideas in the paper. I think let's get to work and have the discussion. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
The honourable member for Belleuil-Chambly. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Following revelations on cell phone data interceptors in Ottawa and at the Montreal airport, the RCMP admitted using this type of equipment. The RCMP insists that all of their activities were entirely in compliance with Canadian law. That's cold comfort considering the scandalous wiretapping of journalists, going after their sources and spying on Indigenous activists. Will the government finally investigate the use of this equipment to violate Canadians' privacy?
Minister of Justice.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. The use of the devices that were the subject of media reports earlier this week are being investigated by CSIS and the RCMP. We take any allegations of unauthorized and illegal use very seriously. Like any technical investigative tools, the use of these devices by Canadian law enforcement and intelligence agencies is governed by the law, governed by the Charter, and subject to judicial control. CSIS and the RCMP assess the legal and privacy issues involved on an ongoing basis to ensure that they're operating in accordance with the law.
The honourable member for Saskatoon West.
Mr. Speaker, Russian news sources have reported the disappearance of more than 100 gay men at the hands of local authorities in Chechnya. Faced with torture, humiliation, and abuse, it has been confirmed that 3 of these men have died. Canada's international peers, including the US, the UK, and the EU, are taking a clear stand against violence and discrimination towards the LGBTQ community. Canadians are waiting. When will this government add its voice to the growing list of countries that have already condemned these horrific violations?
The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and certainly this government stands firm in its approach to supporting human rights defenders, including those within the LGBTQ community right around the world, as well as journalists and peaceful political activists. Certainly political impersonation is a violation of the basic universal human right of free speech. We call on the Putin government to immediately release all peaceful protesters. Mr. Speaker, our position on Russia will remain strong, and our support for human rights defenders around the world will as well. Thank you.
The honourable member for Haldimand Norfolk.
Well, Mr. Speaker, when Canadians invest in their own future, they expect that the money will be used to do just that. They don't expect that their financial planner will take the money to give him or herself a big fat raise. But this is exactly what the Liberals are doing by giving $373 million of taxpayers' money to Bombardier so that they can pad their own pockets with bonuses. If the Liberals won't demand accountability from Bombardier executives, how can taxpayers believe that they'll demand accountability for the loan?
The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Minister of Innovation.
Mr. Speaker, our government is committed to the long-term viability of the Canadian aerospace sector, and it's for that reason that we made a repayable contribution to Bombardier that will help maintain research and development. Bombardier is the research and development leader across Canada. It's important to Quebec. It includes 800 small suppliers in the supply chain, small and medium-sized businesses. Mr. Speaker, we understand the disappointment. We are disappointed in that pay raise, but Bombardier has reacted to the disillusionment, and they have and we support that.
The honourable member for South Surrey, White Rock.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. Yesterday, the minister said she was sending $250 million to China to an Asian infrastructure bank, which will put Canadian taxpayers at risk for $1.3 billion. She rattled off a list of projects that we will never have access to. Direct funding through CETA guarantees Canadian involvement. President Obama and the former Conservative government declined to join the bank because it was not in the best interest of taxpayers. So why are the Liberals putting Canadian taxpayers at risk for $1.3 billion?
The Honourable Minister.
Monsieur le Président, nous avons entendu
Mr. Speaker, we waited 2 years for reports on their ability to follow up rigorously on their situation. We came to the conclusion that our investment was serving the most vulnerable and the poorest well, and I can give you as an example irrigation projects and drinking water projects, electrification projects in Bangladesh, and there you have it, Mr. Speaker.
Fort McMurray, Cold Lake.
Mr. Speaker, at the Oil and Gas Symposium held in Calgary, the main topic was the Prime Minister's unilateral 5-year ban on drilling in the Arctic. The Northwest Territories Premier, Bob McLeod, said this arbitrary decision is taking away hope from Northerners, the hope of making long-term, healthy living in the North. The Liberals keep saying they care about Northerners, but their actions say otherwise. Right. This is classic Liberal double talk. How can the Liberals claim to support the North by killing the potential for these middle-class jobs?
The Honourable Minister for Indigenous Affairs.
Mr. Speaker, as you know, the moratorium in the new offshore oil and gas licenses in federal waters was announced in conjunction with a 5-year science-based review, as well as 1-year consultation on the details of that review. Territories, Indigenous and Northern communities, and industry will all be consulted with that process. We are also working in partnership with Indigenous territorial and provincial partners to co-develop a new Arctic policy framework that will help confront the challenges and seize the opportunities in the region, which was an important request from the territories.
The Honourable Member for Foothills.
Mr. Speaker, more than 20,000 stakeholders attended the mining conference in Toronto, and they voiced very grave concerns with Liberal policies. They know the carbon tax is going to cost them tens of millions of dollars a year, and many more mining projects could be abandoned. The Liberals are burying Canada's northern communities under a made-in-Ottawa carbon tax and drilling moratorium. They are blocking resource development in some areas and taxing it to death in others. Mr. Speaker, does the Energy Minister realize that he's putting the very economic stability of Canada's north on very thin ice?
The Honourable Minister of the Environment.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Unlike the party opposite, we understand that the environment and the economy go together. I'm very pleased that as part of our carbon pricing leadership coalition,
I'm just having a hard time hearing the answer. I just want to remind the honourable members of that. The Honourable Minister of the Environment.
thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'm very pleased that the Mining Association of Canada is a member of the Carbon Pricing Leadership Coalition. They understanding that putting a price on carbon pollution not only reduces emission, it also helps with innovation. We are working with mining companies, including Teck Resources, to ensure that we address competitiveness issues. But unfortunately, unlike business in Canada, the party opposite doesn't understand the environment and the economy go together.
Honourable Member.
The Honourable Member for Abitibi, Bay James Nunavik, EU. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. A month ago, Senator Bayak made odious comments about Indian residential schools, and now she's complaining that her freedom of expression is threatened because she is making comments that aren't very popular. Now, let's be clear, her comments were to say that residential schools were a good thing. A genocide, Mr. Speaker, is never a good thing. This senator has showed that she is not worthy of sitting in the Senate. Does this government join me in calling for Senator Bayak to resign?
The Honourable Minister of Indigenous Affairs.
The recurring comments from the senator concerning Indian residential schools are misinformed, hurtful, and simply false. What is even more troubling is the fact that she says that she has nothing left to learn. The fact that she was removed from the Senate Indigenous Affairs Committee was the right thing to do. That having been said, the Conservative Party leadership should show its commitment to reconciliation by removing the senator from the caucus.
The honourable member for Skeena, Bulkley Valley.
Words are fine, Mr. Speaker, but are only meaningful if they're backed up with action. So will the Prime Minister join with New Democrats, First Nations leaders and Canadians calling for the resignation of Senator Bayak? Senator Meredith has sexually targeted a 16-year-old girl by his own admission. Yet when asked to condemn this horrible act, the so-called feminist Prime Minister said, and I quote, "It's not for me to weigh in." Simply not good enough, Mr. Speaker. So does he at least have the dignity and decency to condemn this act? And does he have one good idea to make the Senate more accountable to Canadians? Because just saying it's not my fault is not going to cut it.
The Honourable Minister for Democratic Institutions.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I thank my honourable colleague for his question. Speaker, I am deeply concerned by the report of the Senate Ethics Officer. Canadians expect all parliamentarians, including senators, to be held to the highest ethical standards. Ethical violations should be addressed and those responsible held accountable. The Senate is an independent chamber and responsible for dealing with these serious issues. I will continue to closely follow this situation. I remain committed to improving, strengthening, and protecting Canada's institutions and will continue to monitor this very closely. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
The honourable member for Hastings, Lennox and Addington.
Mr. Speaker, we know that 95% of human-caused mercury deposited in Canada comes from foreign sources. The objective of the Minamata Convention, an international agreement on mercury control, is to protect human health and the environment from human-caused emissions and releases of mercury and mercury compounds. The coming into force of this international agreement is important to the health of Canadians and the protection of the environment. Can the Minister of Environment and Climate Change please advise this House on when Canada will ratify the Minamata Convention? Thank you.
The Honourable Minister of the Environment.
I'd like to thank the member for Hastings, Lennox and Addington for raising this important issue and for his hard work on the Environment Committee. I'm pleased to announce our government has ratified the Minamata Convention, a legally binding global agreement to reduce human-generated mercury emissions. Today, the Ambassador and Permanent Representative of Canada to the United Nations deposited the instrument of ratification at the UN headquarters in New York City. While we've reduced our own mercury emissions by over 90% in the last 40 years, more must be done to reduce global emissions that have had an impact on Canada, on our Arctic ecosystem, and on the health of Canadians, in particular vulnerable Canadians and Inuit.
The honourable member for Caribou, Prince George.
Mr. Speaker, the Liberals talk about funding for fisheries, but they haven't created a single program that fishermen can apply to. I know the Liberals would rather spend the rest of their mandate consulting, but rural communities in Atlantic Canada can't wait. Announcements are great, but hardworking fishing families need to know, what is the money for? Who's eligible to apply? When will the programs be in place? And will anyone actually benefit? Or is this more Liberal money for more Liberal friends?
The Honourable Minister for Fisheries and Oceans.
Mr. Speaker, I thank my colleague for the question. I welcome the opportunity to tell the House that the Atlantic Fisheries Innovation Fund is $325 million that will be available this year. We have had discussions with provincial governments of how we can partner and reflect their priorities as well. In fact, Mr. Speaker, I'm meeting the 4 Atlantic premiers in St. John, New Brunswick next Wednesday. I've had very positive conversations with fishing groups from around Atlantic Canada, and I look forward to changing the Atlantic fishery in partnership with them to make sure that fishermen's incomes rise, that we do it in a sustainable way, and we take advantage of new global markets.
The honourable member for Caribou, Prince George.
Well, Mr. Speaker, from a minister that has been here for so long, I think these hardworking fishing families, and from somebody that understands it, he knows that these families deserve better. Canadians deserve a better answer than what he gave. Mr. Speaker, we know through our U.S. contacts, softwood lumber negotiations are non-existent. We are days away from a lumber trade war that will see mill closures, jobs lost, and communities decimated. British Columbia is the largest producer of softwood in the country. 140 communities across Canada or province are dependent on forestry. I know it's not Wednesday, but will the Prime Minister stand in the House and answer this question? What are his plans to protect the jobs in communities and families dependent on the forestry industry?
The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Minister of Natural Resources.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Canada's forest sector is very important to our communities, and a stable and predictable market helps promote economic development and good jobs. We are continuing to work closely with the provinces through the Federal Provincial Task Force on Softwood Lumber to make sure we have a coordinated approach to address the needs of forestry companies and workers that may be affected. Forestry companies will be able to take full advantage of existing Government of Canada programs. Our government is prepared for all situations as we work hard with the American government on a long-term solution. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Member for Elgin, Middlesex, London.
Mr. Speaker, the Minister of Transport rose in the House in response to a question concerning aerodromes from the member from Trois-Rivières. The Minister clearly stated, and I quote, "Decisions regarding aerodromes fall within federal jurisdiction." I wrote to the Minister regarding the Dutton Dunwich Aerodrome and the proposal to place windmills and hydro lines in the perimeter of this aerodrome, and the Minister advised me that this is a provincial issue. Mr. Speaker, if safety is at top of mind for this Minister, will he tell me right now if the installation of windmills and hydro lines near the Dutton Dunwich Aerodrome is safe?
The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Minister of Transport.
I'd like to thank the honourable member for her question. The air safety, aviation safety, is an absolute key priority for this government. With a background in aviation, we know that there are challenges when you are siting aerodromes. It is the responsibility of the federal government to look into these issues and make these decisions. These inspections are underway, and we will provide more information as it becomes available.
The Honourable Member for Mégantic-l'Érable. Mr. Speaker, in the hours following the Lac-Mégantic tragedy, unscrupulous individuals descended on families of victims while the embers were still smoldering and earned millions of dollars off their backs. This tragedy is still very much well alive in Lac-Mégantic, where people are waiting for a firm commitment from the government on the rail bypass around the city. Will the Ministers of Justice and Transport firmly commit to the population of Lac-Mégantic who have suffered enough from this tragedy and its consequences? The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Minister of Transport. Mr. Speaker, our thoughts continue to be with the families and friends of the victims of the tragedy of July 2013. Our government is firmly committed to improving rail safety, and that is the absolute priority of the Minister. The study of this file is ongoing, and that is why the Minister met with the Premier of Quebec a few weeks ago to discuss the rail bypass and the next steps to follow on this file. We hope to participate as full partners.
For North Island Powell River.
Mr. Speaker, hidden in plain sight in this year's budget was a big lump of coal for our military. By consistently deflecting to the upcoming defense policy review, the Minister of National Defense is creating an expectation that more money will come later. Our women and men in uniform, our veterans, and all Canadians deserve to know whether the Minister will continue to starve our military. Will the Minister confirm the much-needed resources are coming when the Defence Policy Review is released?
The Honourable Minister of National Defence.
Mr. Speaker, I can agree with you more in terms of making sure that we have the right support for our men and women in uniform. But when you look at creating a thorough plan that's going to look out into the future, we have to make sure that we have a thorough analysis. That's why the Prime Minister mandated me to do a very thorough defence policy review. We've done that, and I look forward to announcing the results of the review to making sure that our men and women have all the right resources going into the future. Thank you.
The Honourable Member for Courtenay Alberni.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. In my riding of Courtenay Alberni, our mills have been deeply affected by layoffs which have hammered our communities. On Vancouver Island, raw log exports have increased tenfold in the last 10 years because of bad BC Liberal job-killing policies that continue to fail to protect the industry. Last week, I asked this government to immediately extend EI benefits to soften the blow for forestry workers. So will this government finally wake up to the crisis, understand our needs, and take action to support British Columbians?
The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary.
Mr. Speaker, Canadians elected this government to grow the economy and create jobs of the future. Certainly the investments that we've made to date are showing some benefit. We're seeing that in the last 8 months alone, 250,000 full-time jobs have been created in this country. Very positive trends. We know that Canadian businesses are seeing a great deal of confidence in the economy, willing to make investments and willing to create jobs. Our last budget, 2017, we saw a key investment in those that the creators, the skilled Canadians that need the skills for future jobs. Mr. Speaker, we continue to work on behalf of Canadian employees.
The honourable member for St. Albert, Edmonton.
Mr. Speaker, as dozens of serious criminal cases involving murder, sexual assault, and child abuse are being thrown out of court due to delay, the Minister of Justice continues to sit on her hands when it comes to appointing judges. With nearly 60 judicial vacancies, the Minister has appointed a measly 6 judges this year. With all of these cases being thrown out of court, is the Minister's inaction due to incompetence, or is it actually part of the Liberals' soft-on-crime agenda?
The Honourable Minister of Justice.
Well, thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'm happy to stand up again to speak about the open and transparent process for the appointment of Superior Court judges across the country. We have reconfigured the judicial advisory committees who are going to be providing recommended and highly recommended names for my consideration to support for appointments to the Superior Courts. This is to ensure that the individuals that sit on our benches across the country reflect the diversity of our country, are merit-based, and I'm very pleased to continue to, on an ongoing basis, announce additional appointments to the Superior Courts, and some are coming imminently.
The Honourable Member for Montmagny, Islay, Kamouraska, Rivière-du-Loup. Mr. Speaker, Clément Massé, President of the Bas-Saint-Laurent Gaspésie-Île-de-la-Madeleine Bar Association, has expressed his concern concerning the lack of judges on the Superior Court of Quebec. This situation might get even worse in the coming weeks as Justice Landry in Gaspésie will be retiring soon. Given the delays in the justice system that are already unacceptable, can the Minister of Justice please leave the Vancouver and Ottawa bubble and review her selection process to meet the needs in our regions, or would she rather see dangerous criminals released because she's unable to act, as we saw yesterday in Quebec?
The Honourable Minister of Justice.
Again, I'm very pleased to stand up to speak about the appointments process that we've instituted. We are taking a careful, considered, and thoughtful approach in terms of looking at the appointments of Superior Court justices across the country. It is open, it is transparent. We have invited applications from across the country. I'm very pleased about the Superior Court appointments that I have made and the additional appointments that I will continue to make to ensure that we fill the vacancies right across the country.
I just want to remind the honourable members that procedure dictates that when someone's speaking, most of us try to be respectful of that person. So if someone is speaking, I'd appreciate it if just not shout across the floor.
The Honourable Member for Beauport, Limoilou. Mr. Speaker, the Liberal government can no longer hide behind bureaucrats when it comes to the Phoenix pay system fiasco. The Prime Minister himself has said that he wants to end this fiasco as quickly as possible. On behalf of all the families hurt by the Phoenix pay system, I ask the Prime Minister to immediately end the awarding of bonuses to those responsible for this fiasco. Mr. Speaker, when will the Liberals finally assume responsibility for having put in place this system that wasn't ready, and when will they apologize to taxpayers and the Canadian families who have been hurt by this decision taken in February 2016. The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Minister of Public Services. Mr. Speaker, first of all, if the Honourable colleague would allow,
are with the Minister of Public Services and Procurement Canada. She has done incredible work on this file and on moving this government's agenda forward. I join with my colleagues in wishing her the best, and we all can't wait to have her back in her seat right here where she belongs.
As for my colleague's question, he knows that our highest priority is to ensure that we have a pay system that meets our expectations, despite which was left to us by the party across the way, and we want to ensure that those who are in charge of this system have not received any budgets for bonuses for performance. The Honourable Member for Avignon, Amétis, Matane, Matapédia. Mr. Speaker, For over a week now, the snow crab season has been underway in a number of zones of the St. Lawrence, in the lower St. Lawrence and the Gaspé. At the same time, the crab quotas have gone up significantly, and that means that our crab fishers should see increased revenues. Can the Minister please inform us of the measures taken by our government to help fishers? Thank you. The Honourable Minister of Fisheries and Oceans. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'd like to thank my colleague for his question. We announced an increase of the total quota for snow crab in Zone 17 by 25%, as he knows. And that's based on science which shows that the stock is in good health. This will lead to an increase in revenue for First Nations and fishing businesses, which are so important to the Gaspé and Quebec economies. And I'm very much looking forward to working with my colleagues in Gaspé to support this industry, ensure that it's an industry for the future with increased revenue as it deserves.
Honourable Member for Peace River Westlock.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, in 2015, the Indigenous and Northern Affairs Minister announced that the Liberals would no longer be enforcing the First Nations Financial Transparency Act. She also promised that she would work in full partnership with First Nations leaders and organizations to increase accountability and transparency. Now we've learned that the Liberals have done nothing for 6 months except for consider a plan for consultation, and that consultation's never taken place. Will the Minister stop betraying First Nation band members like Charmaine Stick and empower these men and women in their fight for transparency?
Honourable Minister for Indigenous Affairs.
Everyone, including First Nations governments, support transparency and accountability. Since last summer, we've been working with the Indigenous organizations, including the AFN Special Committee, the Aboriginal Financial Officers Association, on ways to enhance mutual accountability. The government is also reaching out to community members and leadership through a comprehensive online engagement and is planning in-person sessions across the country over the coming months. We will continue to work in full partnership with First Nations to improve mutual accountability and transparency.
The Honourable Member for St. Catharines.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I was proud to be present last week for the announcement that the 2021 Canada Summer Games would be held in Niagara. In 4 short years, our nation's next generation of elite athletes, currently in development programs throughout Canada, will converge on the largest multi-sport event held in our country. Can the Minister of Sport please inform the House on the importance of these games and what hosting them will mean for Niagara? Thank you.
Minister of Sport.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'd like to thank my honourable colleague from St. Catharines for his questions and for his work on this file.
The Canada Games leave valuable legacies in host communities and lasting memories for young Canadian athletes from across the country. The Canada Games increase the volunteer capacity of communities, improve local infrastructure, and have a significant economic impact. For many athletes, this will be the pinnacle of their athletic careers, and for others, this will be an important step along their journey. But they will all look back at their Canada Games experiences with pride and fondness. Félicitations à toutes les villes.
Congratulations to all the candidate cities. I am certain that the people of the Games in Niagara will be extraordinary.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. In Budget 2017, the Liberals plan to end tax deferral for grain farmers. 82% of grain farmers depend on this tax deferral to help them mitigate uncertainties in grain farming, which can change greatly from year to year. This tax deferral is an important tool for farmers to use to help them manage their operations, including many in Bow River. Why is this out-of-touch finance minister scrapping this important tool for all grain farmers?
The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Minister of Finance.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker, and I'd like to thank my colleague for his question. Our government strongly supports the Canadian grain industry, which is a key driver of exports, jobs, and economic growth. With changes in recent years to grain marketing, the delivery of listed grains is now the responsibility of the private sector instead of the federal government. Budget 2017 launches consultations with farmers and stakeholders on tax deferral, and we want to hear from farmers before moving forward. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
The Honourable Member for Repentigny. Marine Atlantic, a Crown corporation, would rather fix its ships in South Carolina instead of in Les Méchins in Gaspésie, all because it's supposedly cheaper. You know, in Quebec, we have the expertise, and it takes a 10-day return trip to reach the yard in South Carolina. What's next? Will they get fixed in China? Will the government finally force crown corporations to repair their ships here to avoid such ridiculous situations?
Parliamentary Secretary to the Minister of Transport.
I'd like to thank the honourable member for her question today. Ferries and other marine transport, it's absolutely key to our future economic health. There's no doubt about it. We've had encouraging news. We want to make more investments in trade corridors and in our transportation to make it more effective, to make it safer, more secure, and that's all part of our plan. We're moving forward, Mr. Speaker, and we're going to make good progress. Thank you.
Honourable member for Repentigny. The expert committee report confirms what the Bloc Québécois has been saying, that there is a perceived absence of independence and neutrality due to the close relationship between the NEB and the industries it regulates. The NEB, Mr. Speaker, works for oil companies and not for the environment. Will the Liberals finally listen to reason and remove environmental assessment for projects like Energy East from the NEB's mandate? It's Quebec's decision. And why not finally recognize the jurisdiction and the expertise of Quebec's BAP project?
Secretary to the Minister of Natural Resources.
Merci.
Thank you. Our government has committed to put in place an open and fair and inclusive and transparent process which will guide it in decisions concerning major energy projects. We have put in place an expert panel, as we promised in the election, to re-examine the structure, the role, and the mandate of the National Energy Board. Thank you. The Honourable Member for Repentigny. Finally, Mr. Speaker, I would like to come back to the story of us, because the us in the story of us is clearly not Quebecers, not Acadians, and not First Nations. 2 of the 3 founding peoples are ignored by this series. They're bit players in this ridiculous and insulting documentary, which is focused on English Canada and which makes them the only heroes of a biased and revisionist history. Will the Prime Minister apologize for associating himself with a series that ignores the Acadian deportation and which makes the French and First Nations bit players in the story that Anglophones like to tell themselves? The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Minister of Canadian Heritage. Mr. Speaker, the 150th anniversary of Canada is an opportunity to think about the history that has made us who we are. It is well known that CBC is an independent Crown corporation, and it's not appropriate to comment on the content of that series to respect that independence. Our government is particularly sensitive to this and recognizes the important contributions of Acadians, Francophones, and First Nations people to our history. All Canadians are encouraged to continue this important discussion. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. My question is for the Minister of National Revenue.
Cost of living in the north, the government increased the northern residents' tax deduction, helping many in the middle class. However, many of my constituents are frustrated because year after year they are randomly selected to prove their residency status. It is my understanding that Nunavut experienced more than 4 times the national average of audits. Recently, I spoke with an individual who's had to prove his residency 7 years in a row. Will the minister look into this practice to ensure that the same people are not being harassed year after year? Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
The Honourable Minister.
The Honourable Minister of National Revenue. I'd like to thank the member for his important question. Our government has indeed increased the base amount and the additional amount for residents to calculate benefits for those who live in rural and northern areas. For those who live in Nunavut, this means that they have access to $22 a day in the calculation of their deduction. The agency looks at a number of declarations every year to ensure that taxpayers have the access to the money that they can use. We will continue to look at this closely, and all taxpayers are treated fairly but using criteria which is fair and not discriminatory.
And that's all for today. Thank you very much. This was a good session. Now, I believe we have a point of order for the honourable member for Elgin, Middlesex, London.
Actually, Mr. Speaker, I am requesting unanimous consent to table documents regarding the question I asked today to the Minister of Transport. From the Minister of Transport, I received one answer regarding jurisdiction, and both today and in the question period with the minister from with the member from Trois-Rivières, a very contradictory answer. So I would like to table this so that we can get clarification on jurisdiction, please.
Does the honourable member have unanimous consent of the House to move the motion? I don't believe we have unanimous consent. Tabling of documents. The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Government House Leader.
It'll be right after me. Yes, thank you, Mr. Speaker. Pursuant to Standing Order 36, bracket 8, I have the honour to table in both official languages the government's response to two petitions.
The Honourable Minister of Science.
Mr. Speaker, pursuant to Standing Order 83, bracket 1, I wish to table a notice of Ways and Means motion to implement certain provisions of the budget tabled in Parliament on March 22, 2017, and other measures. Pursuant to Standing Order 83, bracket 2, I ask that an order of the day be designated for consideration of the motion. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Bravo. Introductions of government bills, statements by ministers. The Honourable Minister of National Defence.
Mr. Speaker, last night the U.S. Secretary of Defense briefed me in advance of the American military action in Syria. I then immediately briefed the Prime Minister. Mr. Speaker, as you saw this morning, the Prime Minister spoke with the President of the United States directly and emphasized that Assad's repeated use of chemical weapons must not continue. Mr. Speaker, in the face of such heinous war crimes, all civilized peoples must speak with one voice. That is why Canada fully supports the United States' limited, focused action to degrade the Assad regime's ability to launch such attacks. Mr. Speaker, we continue to support diplomatic efforts with our international partners to resolve the crisis in Syria. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Reports from interparliamentary delegation. Oops. Carlton. My apologies.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and thank the government for agreeing to give opposition MPs an opportunity to respond on this pressing matter. Thank the Minister for his remarks. The chemical attacks which occurred this week in northern Syria were nothing short of horrific. The images of suffocating and paralyzed children have shocked all Canadians. The story of one man who lost 25 members of his family, including his twin baby girls, is something I will never forget. Officials from the United States, Britain, and Israel, as well as numerous witnesses on the ground, have confirmed that it was the Syrian government and its fighter jets which deployed a deadly nerve toxin on the civilian population. This is a crime against humanity, and it must not go unpunished. Nous ne pouvons pas laisser.
We cannot allow crimes of that nature to go unpunished. The president of Syria, Mr. Assad, must be held accountable and responsible. The Conservative Party supports the efforts undertaken by the United States to prevent Syrian military forces from launching future chemical weapons attacks. The international community cannot stand by idly when neurotoxins are unleashed on civilians.
To go unpunished. Syrian President Bashar al-Assad must be held accountable. To that end, the Conservative Party of Canada strongly supports the United States' actions to prevent Syria's military from launching further chemical weapons attacks. The global community cannot sit by idly while deadly nerve toxins are unleashed on innocent civilians. It must be said that the United Nations Security Council has been completely ineffective in dealing with this developing crisis. Part of the problem has been that the Russian Federation has deployed repeatedly its veto power at the UN Security Council, preventing actions to hold this Assad regime accountable. Meanwhile, our Prime Minister has been saying one thing yesterday and something completely different today. Just yesterday, the Prime Minister said in New York that, quote, there were continuing questions about who is responsible for these attacks, end quote. He also said the solution was for the Security Council to pass a resolution that would allow an investigation to, quote, determine who is responsible. That, Mr. Speaker, after the whole world knew precisely who was responsible for these crimes.
Part of the alt-right.
Less than 12 hours later, however, the Prime Minister changed his position. He now says he fully supports the U.S. unilateral missile strikes against the Assad regime. Alors, quelle est la position?
So, what is the position of the Government of Canada? It appears to continue to change. It's precisely the type of laissez-aller attitude that the Conservative Party rejects. In addition, to present, the Prime Minister has not taken measures to hold accountable the President of Syria.
Government of Canada. It seems to change with the wind. That is exactly the type of go-along to get-along thinking that the Conservative Party wholeheartedly rejects. In addition, to date, the Prime Minister has done little to hold the Russian back.
Just want to remind the honourable member that normally what happens is a response to a minister's statement is about the same amount of time that the minister took. Minister took about 1 minute, and we're already at the 4-minute mark, actually more than 4 minutes. So I just want to remind the honourable member, if you can wrap it up, I'd appreciate it. Thank you.
With respect, Mr. Speaker, I believe this is a matter of importance that would justify.
Honourable member for York Simcoe.
Very briefly on the point of order, Mr. Speaker, your comments are quite right. However, the foundation for the principle that responses are to match in time the length of time of the original minister's statement also rests on a foundation where the government provides to the people who are speaking from the opposition parties a copy of their text in advance so that we may have the capacity to calibrate the response appropriately. While some notes were provided, they were indicated that this was just the sort of topics that were discussed. The actual text was not indicated as such to be the text, and I think that some latitude should be given to the honourable member with regard to the difficult circumstances under which he has had to prepare his response.
That is a good point, and as the honourable member notices, we went to 4 times what the honourable minister had spoken, but I'll let the honourable member wrap up. Thank you.
Monsieur le Président, la politique étrangère du
Mr. Speaker, Canada's foreign policy must always be based on principles of freedom.
Of order from the Government House Leader.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Speaker. I think it might be more appropriate if we just ask for the consent. We'd have the consent on the government side to allow the member to continue to contribute to the discussion. But I do believe he should be asking for consent to continue on.
Does the honourable member have unanimous consent from the House to move that motion, or to allow the honourable member to speak longer? Yes. Agreed. Honourable member for Carleton.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. So, Mr. Speaker, what exactly is the government's position? It seems to change with the wind. It seems that the position is one thing yesterday in New York and the opposite this morning here in Ottawa. Contrary to the Prime Minister's statements yesterday, the United Nations Security Council has proven itself woefully ineffective when it comes to resolving this dispute. Furthermore, it is unfortunate that the Prime Minister and the Government of Canada have been completely out of the loop when it comes to the actions of our closest ally. Even though the Prime Minister was in New York, meeting with the Secretary General of the United Nations just yesterday, there does come a point where action is required, and it's when diplomacy fails time and time again. Monsieur le Président,
Mr. Speaker, Canada's foreign policy must always be based on principles of democracy, the principles of freedom, human rights, and the rule of law.
les actions de nos alliés.
We support the action taken by our allies to hold the Syrian government accountable and urge the Prime Minister to recognize and respect Canada's traditional role to deal with tyranny throughout the world where it exists.
Policy must always be based on the principles of freedom, democracy, human rights, and the rule of law. We support the actions of our allies to hold the Syrian government to account and call on our Prime Minister to recognize and respect Canada's traditional role in confronting evil and tyranny wherever it exists. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
The honourable member for Victoria.
Well, thank you, Mr. Speaker, for the opportunity to speak on the crisis in Syria, and I'd like to rise and do so on behalf of the New Democratic Party of Canada. The chemical weapons attack against civilians this week in Syria was shocking and is added to a tally of horror that continues to stun the world. Assad must be held accountable for these crimes. The
effects of these airstrikes are still unknown. They're not part of a UN-sanctioned effort, and it's not clear that they're part of a broader plan to bring an end to the crisis. New Democrats still firmly believe that a successful response to the Syrian crisis must be multilateral and consistent with international law.
Never. It is important that Canada work with our international partners to secure a lasting political solution to this crisis. Canada must also step up our efforts on the humanitarian front, particularly in the face of drastic cuts to the United Nations programs planned by the Trump administration. What the people of Syria need now, more than ever, is the knowledge that the world community is united in making good on the promise to end this devastating war. We will continue to stand with the people of Syria and support their aspirations for a peaceful and democratic future. Thank you.
L'honorable député de...
The honourable member for Repentigny has a point of order. Yes, Mr. Speaker, I'd like to have unanimous consent to make a statement with respect to these very important events. Does the honourable member have the unanimous consent of the House for this motion? Agreed. The honourable member for Repentigny. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. The Syrian crisis keeps getting worse. Again this week, a small town in northern Syria, Khan Sheikhoun, which was under the control of rebels against the Assad regime, was struck by an airstrikes involving chemical weapons. The criminal use of chemical weapons is an atrocity condemned by the international community. This attack caused the death of hundreds of people, including 30 children. This is a barbaric act that we vehemently condemn. That is why we're calling for an international inquiry. We are of the view that it is wholly necessary that those responsible for this repugnant act be convicted for crimes against humanity. It's our duty to protect the population. Yesterday, the Americans unilaterally attacked a base in response to this odious attack. There are crimes that are so serious that humanity has to join forces to put an end to them. We now have to find out who is responsible and make sure they pay the price for it. Mr. Speaker, Syria has been at war for a number of years now. It's a civil war. Its territory has been invaded by a bloody terrorist organization, and it's tragic. We have to find ways to restore peace to this particularly troubled part of the world. And, Mr. Speaker, I repeat, the use of chemical weapons is a serious war crime under international law, which cannot go unpunished. Thank you.
Okay. Reports from interparliamentary delegations. Présentation de rapport.
Presenting reports from committees.
Première lecture de projet de loi.
First reading of Senate public bills.
Motion.
Motions.
Presenting petitions. L'honorable député de...
The honourable member for Maskin...
Masquinongé.
Berthier Masquinongé. Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. It's with great pleasure that I table electronic bill E116. There are 5 supporters here in the House: Suzanne Thibert, my friend, and 4 others from Quebec: Peter Bonds from New Brunswick, Richard Krebs from Alberta, Joanne Couture from Ontario. In total, over 6,000 people have signed this important petition calling on the House to recognize truckers as highway professionals and calling for nationwide standards when it comes to wages, protection, benefits, health and safety, and quality of life for our owner-operators and truckers. I'm proud to have sponsored this petition. I'd like to thank all petitioners who mobilized around this petition. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Presenting petitions.
Okay. Questions on the order paper. The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Government House Leader.
Yes, thank you. Mr. Speaker, I would ask that all questions be allowed to stand at this time, please.
Agreed? Agreed. Okay. Now, do we do this before we go to orders of the day? Okay. Now, I see that the member for Lanark, Frontenac, Kingston wishes to contribute to the question of privilege raised earlier today. Before he begins, I would like to say that members have provided the chair with substantial arguments. Of course, these will be taken under advisement, and the Speaker will come back to the House with a ruling. However, I will allow the member to make an intervention, if it very brief, before we proceed to orders of the day. And I would ask the honourable member to just take into consideration what's been said already, and maybe just add to it and be brief so that we can get on with business. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I will do my very best to take into account what has been said before. I would ask your indulgence with regard to this for the following reason. I was not present for the debate that took place here, and the reason I was not present for the debate that took place here is highly germane to the subject matter of the debate, which is that I'm on the member, or rather, I'm on the Committee on Procedure and House Affairs, and the Committee on Procedure and House Affairs is meeting to discuss the item that the government says takes priority over the privileged matter that is at work here. So that is my reason for not being here. One ought to try and be here for debates one's going to comment on. So I wasn't here. I have tried, Mr. Speaker, to gather information about what has been said, including getting some of the written remarks from speakers who had addressed this before, but that is limited information, and so I've had to put together my own remarks during question period in order to be able to make them here. And that is, if you will, my excuse or my pleading for myself for why I may not be as organized as I would otherwise like to be. That said, I have tried to get a tabbed list of my comments to make it as concisely as possible. So the overarching theme I'm trying to address here, Mr. Speaker, is simply this. It is important for the government to respect the ability of the opposition to carry on its business. We have rules in this place, standing orders that govern how we behave. We also have, in places where the standing orders don't go, because the standing orders cannot, even standing orders of as long-standing vintage as ours, and ours are, through their lineage, the oldest in the world. Ours came, those of the House of Commons, from the Assembly of the Province of Canada, and before that the provinces of Upper and Lower Canada. That takes us back to the 1790s. Before that they come from Westminster. So they extend back really to the very beginning of parliamentary history. Even orders as extensive as those cannot take into account every circumstance, and so we develop folkways or practices, conventions, as to how we should deal with matters, and those practices are then captured in books like the one tabled or written by O'Brien and Bosk, House of Commons Procedure and Practice, and also in the annotated standing orders, which provides some explanation for the background to the existing standing orders. I will be referring, using both of these books, but particularly the annotated standing orders in my remarks today. Okay. I was trying to get at this point. As an overarching theme, respect not merely for what the standing orders involve, which is taken care of via your rulings, but also for the practices that have allowed us not to develop a standing order on this or that abuse of process, which ought to be the subject of a standing order. Simply by exercising self-restraint, we are able to get business done here. And one area this revolves around is the issue of how we deal with motions of privilege. There is a method that has always been used. I say always, I actually don't know if it's always been used, but certainly since the current standing order was put in place, that has always been followed, and which has been abandoned by the government today, and that is the issue at hand. So let me go back and just deal very briefly then with the relevant history here. So number one, on March the 10th, the government House leader introduced a discussion paper on possible changes to the standing orders. Number two, later that same afternoon, the day before break week began, the member for Bay of, my goodness, Coast of Bays in Newfoundland. It's a longer writing name, but I can remember the whole thing, and I've mangled it several times. Anyway, he's a great member, a great friend. He introduced a motion in the Procedure and House Affairs Committee that amounted to a guillotine or a closure motion on the consideration of standing order business, which has led members of the opposition to be afraid that the government could introduce any standing order change, limit debate on it, push it through at that time, and thereby cause draconian changes to the standing orders, including those standing orders that are of greatest concern to us because they are the ones that let us do our job of slowing down the business of the House long enough to draw specific issues to the public's attention, rather than having this or that issue vanish in the rearview mirror before we have a chance to draw the attention of the public to it and cause it to become a public issue. This is the only tool available to an opposition in a majority government, and it is the only thing that separates our system of checks and balances from what I would characterize as a Peronist or a Bonapartist government in which you have the maximum leader over here, and over here you have the people, you have no intermediate institutions, and every 4 years you have what amounts to a referendum on whether or not people liked the dictatorship that existed for the previous 4 years. So that is what we do. That is the point we're trying to preserve here. And when the government says we mean this only to be a discussion paper, we don't mean it to be this draconian measure, they may actually be sincere, I don't know. But we're not in a position where we can risk taking the advice that Abraham Lincoln once gave. He said, if you want to find out the nature of a man, give him power. Well, that is true, you will find out, but you can see why you don't actually want to try doing this, because you may find out something that you really didn't want to find out. And so here's the problem. We don't know what the agenda is. We don't know how we can let down our guard without causing potentially a catastrophe for Canadian procedural and parliamentary democracy. That's the issue. Now, so the motion was moved. It went to the Procedure and House Affairs Committee. This is on March the 10th. We took up the business on March the 21st, the first day the Procedure and House Affairs Committee was back in session. And at that time, the motion was moved by the member for Coast of Bays, and I made an amendment or proposed an amendment to it. So his motion calls for, and this is the key, it's a long motion, but I'm not going to read the whole thing. It calls for the committee to complete its study and report its findings and recommendations back to the House no later than June the 2nd, 2017. The amendment I proposed says that we would delete some of that wording and add in the following, notwithstanding paragraph D, that's the paragraph in which the date is referred to, the June 2nd date, but consistent with the committee's past practices as discussed at its December 8th, 2016 meeting, the committee shall not report any recommendation for an amended standing order, provisional standing order, new standing order, sessional order, special order, or to create or revise a usual practice of the House, which is not unanimously agreed to by the committee. Okay, so that issue is being debated. That amendment is being debated in that committee. There are a series of suspensions that have been ongoing of the committee business, and we return to this. So in the formalized fiction of the proceedings of that committee, it is right now March the 21st. We've had something in the neighborhood of 40 or 50 hours of debate. One member, again, I'm having trouble with writing names.
We have a point of order for from the Government House Leader. Yes, the Government House Leader. Or sorry, the Parliamentary Secretary to the Government House Leader.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Speaker. And I don't want to take away from anything that the member across the way is saying. There was a matter of privilege that was raised today. It had more to do with the reason why we didn't have the vote to take place. And I know that the member is very good at the Procedures and House Affairs Committee, where he will present a very, very strong case. But sometimes it might take him 3 or 4 hours to do so. I'm wondering if the member could give some sort of an indication to the House, how long does he anticipate that his presentation on this privilege will take, given the fact that the Speaker originally made the ruling that he would like to have short and concise. And I understand the member indicated that he wasn't here earlier today for a good reason of being at Procedures and House Affairs Committee. But I don't think that's an excuse, Mr. Speaker, because anyone then could make an application and say, well, I never heard what was said earlier, and just continue to go on indefinitely. So I'm just wanting to be sympathetic to what the member is saying, but could he at least do the courtesy of providing the House how long does he believe his presentation is going to be?
The honourable member for Lanark, Frontenac, Kingston. Did I get that in the right direction, in the right order? Okay, good. Sorry. Maybe you can give some indication of how much time, because I've had someone else ask if they can speak as well, and this is after we've already said that we were going to stop it. So, and again, it's cutting into government business. Not that point of privilege is not important, but a lot of the arguments have already been made. Just wondering how much longer you would need.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I don't know the exact time, but it would actually be hard for me to guess at that. But no, not that long, believe me. But what I've just done is I've laid out the background. I'm actually now going to proceed directly to the question of privilege directly. I wanted to give the background to explain the relevance, because ultimately that is the issue that is referred to in the remarks that were used by the member from, forgive me, from Hamilton, Ancaster Dundas, I think, in her comments. Oh no, actually, she was seconding that motion. Forgive me, it was actually made by a different member. But at any rate, I'm not going to move to these items, and I hope that it will become evident quite quickly that I am moving rapidly through the materials I have at my hand. May I continue with the main marks, or do we have to wait to deal with the privilege thing first, or the point of order first?
The honourable member, or the honourable parliamentary secretary, was asking how much time, and I thought that was a fair request. Is there a time that would be suitable? Perhaps just I'll tell you what. Just start and maybe continue, and as briefly as possible, if you just mind. Yes, the honourable member for Banff Airdrie.
On the point of order, before Mr. Reid continues, Mr. Speaker, I find this unprecedented to have this idea that somehow on a matter of privilege, which is probably the most serious thing that comes before this House, the matter of dealing with a member's privileges, that there would be a limit put on the amount of time that someone can speak to make the case they need to make for a point of privilege. And for the government, for the title, the parliamentary secretary to the government House leader to try and suggest that there should be some kind of limit put on someone by asking this kind of question, and for you as the Speaker, Mr. Speaker, to sort of condone that, I find that actually kind of appalling. Is there some kind of precedent for this? Because to me it seems like there should be an opportunity for a member to make a case. When we're talking about the most serious thing, the breach of a member's privileges, he should have the opportunity to make the case needed to make that case.
The honourable member brings up a very good point, and it makes it very difficult for someone sitting in the chair to actually rule on this, balancing between how much do we need to hear and how much do we need before a decision is made. The House of Commons Procedures and Practice, the 2009 edition, if you look at page 144, the Speaker also has the discretion to seek the advice of other members to help him or her in determining whether there is a prima facie a matter of privilege involved which would warrant giving the matter priority or consideration over the House business. When satisfied, the Speaker will terminate the discussion. So it really is at the discussion of the discretion of the Speaker. It's not an easy call to make, and we're trying to give as much opportunity as possible, and we're trying to be, or I'm trying to be as fair as possible. The honourable member for, the honourable member for the opposition government, or the opposition House Leader.
Thank you, and Mr. Speaker, I do appreciate the rules as you just read them from our House rules, which is our point. Though what we don't believe is that a member of the government who doesn't want to hear about this has the right to limit the time that a member speaks. But certainly you will be listening to the points that my colleague is making. I think up until this point they have been new points and relevant. But I think that's the point that we are making on this side. It's not up to the government, the parliamentary secretary, to limit or to be questioning the amount of time that this member is speaking.
I want to assure the honourable member that the discussion was taking place between myself and the table officers long before the honourable member, the honourable government House parliamentary secretary to the government House Leader brought up the point. So the honourable member for Lanark, Kingston, or I'm sorry, I got it right the first time.
You did get it right. Maybe, Mr. Speaker, you're quite right to cite that practice, and maybe what I could just say is, if you see me wandering away, I don't think I'm going to, but if you see that, maybe just point that out, and I will promptly bring myself back or terminate that point and move on. I'm really trying to recount the narrative as a way of making of trying to make the point that there is a matter of privilege here. So, I dealt with what's going on in committee. The point of that was to say there is and this is highly germane to the discussion, Mr. Speaker, that what's going on in committee is a discussion that has now taken some 40 or 50 hours on a single amendment to a single motion. We have effectively a complete impasse, and it seems unlikely that it is going to be resolved in time for that actual motion to ever be acted upon by its June 2nd deadline. And this is actually really critical. So I'm just waiting till I have the speaker's ear because this is actually really a really important point. The motion, what happened here in the House, the issue is relating to is an argument that we ought not to give the item of privilege priority over an item that is in the Procedure and House Affairs Committee right now, and that was explicitly stated in the comments made by a member who moved the motion, and the result is that we would say privilege effectively, or status, is being given to an item that has been the subject of what may already be a record-breaking meeting started on March the 21st, in which individual interventions have been, in one case, 12 hours long. Putting this off until then is itself highly problematic, just on its face. So now let me go to the issue relating to So what happened on March the 22nd, unrelated to what was going on in that committee, although it was the next day, was that the budget was introduced and two members, including the member from Milton, were delayed from coming to the House by delay to the white buses. One of the members rose, the member from Milton, raised this point, asked the Speaker to come back with a prima facie case that her privileges had been violated, and the Speaker did that yesterday. Okay, so what followed from that was then, as is required under our rules, the member for Milton then moved a motion that the question of privilege regarding the free movement of members of Parliament within the Parliament precinct, raised on March 22nd, 2017, be referred to the Standing Committee on Procedure and House Affairs. And then the member for Beauce amended that, or proposed an amendment to that motion, and this is permitted under the standing orders. I went back and checked this. The standing orders allow you to make an amendment to a motion of privilege. In fact, it's quite explicit that any amendment can be made. All right. He added the following: and that the committee make this matter a priority over all other business, including the committee's review of the standing orders and procedures of the House and its committees. So this would have the effect, if it were allowed to go through, the amendment then of ensuring that this matter of privilege would be raised prior to any other business in the committee, including this interminable study that's been going on since March 21st and has not gotten past the first item of business dealing with an amendment to the original motion, and which is operating, I might say, through a series of unilateral suspensions by the chair, which are certainly unprecedented and may even be, quite frankly, I have no way of raising this in committee, but I'll just say it here, that may even be a violation of our orders. There's certainly a violation of our practices. Anyway, all of this is germane, then, what the motion, the amendment put forward by the member from Beauce was doing was effectively saying, and we will lock ourselves in to doing something which reflects the spirit of one of our standing orders, the standing order we're dealing with privilege, which is Standing Order 48 sub 1, which says, whenever any matter of privilege arises, it shall be taken into consideration immediately. Now, that is a rule for the House, of course. It's the House did what it is supposed to do. It is not the case that committees can, in the absence of a standing order that permits them to do so, deviate from the practices of the House, and it has been the long-standing practice of the Committee on Procedure and House Affairs, a committee on which I am the ranking member. I've served for over a decade there, both in government and opposition. It is never the practice to give a backseat to privilege matters. They've always been given first priority, sometimes with a considerable amount of frustration. Now, it doesn't mean we come to a conclusion all the time. There is an outstanding matter of privilege relating to an incident last year that we basically looked at and have decided not to proceed with, but they are put before us immediately. So this amendment was merely an attempt to ensure that we would lock in following these long-established practices. And to make the point further, I want to just quote from the annotated standing orders, page 175. This is the commentary on Standing Order 48-1. Let me just quote here. If the Speaker, and then I'll comment on this commentary. If the Speaker is satisfied that the necessary conditions have been met, the member for a prima facie case of breach of privilege to exist, the member is immediately allowed to move the question or move it at the first opportunity if there's a question already before the House, which usually, but not always, proposes that the matter be referred to the Standing Committee on Procedure and House Affairs for study and report. So just to be clear, the motion that the member puts forward is what usually but not always calls for it. So that's at least in theory, is at the discretion of the individual member, and that was the practice the member from Milton followed. The motion is immediately open to debate. Such a motion is, like any other substantive proposal, fully amendable. So what the member from Beauce did was procedurally, from that point of view, acceptable, as was the later amendment to put this off until a later time. Okay, so to that extent, both of these amendments are permissible. Such a motion is, like any other substantive proposal, fully amendable, and it retains precedence until the House's decision is rendered. So again, the last part is really important. It retains precedence until the House's decision is rendered. So the precedence of the privilege motion is what is being challenged in that motion that was made by the member for Brossard-Saint-Lambert. The government effectively cut off debate in order to ensure that, specifically for the purpose of ensuring that the traditional priority given to matters of privilege under the standing order I've just cited and the commentary on the standing order that I've just cited, this was done explicitly, deliberately. There is no question about it. And to make that point, Mr. Speaker, I just want to quote from the commentary made by the member for Brossard-Saint-Lambert in introducing her motion. She stood up and she said, "Mr. Speaker, this morning you ruled that you believe there are sufficient grounds for finding a prima facie question of privilege. We, the government," I assume she means the government, "support your findings. The House has debated this important issue today, and I want to thank all members for their important contributions to this debate. However, I'd like to draw to the attention of members what the consequences are of what the governments have done with their amendment to their own motion. Their amendment seeks to direct the Procedure and House Affairs Committee to drop whatever else it is working on." That is correct. This amendment is highly unusual, and it has one purpose: to stop the Procedure and House Affairs Committee from continuing the debate on the important issue of how we modernize the House of Commons. Our members in the committee have been hoping to debate the substance of these ideas, and this Conservative amendment is an attempt to block this important work. So now, Mr. Speaker, I hope you can see the relevance of the earlier point I was making about the length of time that the committee has been discussing that particular amendment, my own amendment, and how futile those discussions have been. Because that's the important work we'd be stopping, right? We'd be stopping an epic filibuster that has gone exactly nowhere, but that is pushing aside all the other business that committee ought to be dealing with. So just to be clear here, Mr. Speaker, March the 10th, the House Leader introduced her discussion paper, and the member for Coast of, oh my goodness.
We have a point of order. The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary of the Government House Leader.
Yeah, Mr. Speaker, I don't think it's any surprise that I'm up on a point of order. It's quite obvious in terms of what it is that the member across the way is doing. I have seen, even under the former Speaker, under the Harper government, where the Speaker has demonstrated great patience in listening to what the matter of privilege is about. And then as the day proceeds, you will find that often the amounts of comments are shorter, just so that the member understands what it is that we're actually talking about today. I stated earlier that on page 149 of the second edition of the House of Commons Procedures and Practice is clear, and I quoted, "A motion to proceed to orders of the day be adopted, then the privilege motion is superseded and dropped from the order paper," end of quote. The disposition of the question of privilege raised yesterday is in order. The issue of the free movement of members within the Parliament precinct has been raised as a number of times over the years. Given the serious nature of this matter, Liberal members gave notice of the motion at the Procedure and House Affairs Committee to study the subject matter of this important issue respecting the privilege of members. What we are witnessing today is a question of privilege on a question of privilege. This is not a question of privilege. It is a question of order, and as such should not take precedence over the business before the House. The member should fully understand that and be relevant. If he chooses not to be relevant, it's easy then for others to look at the member and saying what he's wanting to do is to filibuster on a very important issue of privilege. So I would ask the member through you, Mr. Speaker, to be relevant and concise. I respect the fact that he might not have heard what I said earlier and what other members have said earlier, but it would seem to me that he seems to be quite content on just continuing to talk more than to contribute in terms of the actual privilege. So if the member gets right to the privilege, then maybe it would be more relevant to the debate that we're having currently.
I believe we have another point of order. The Honourable Member for Banff Airdrie.
On the point of order, yes, Mr. Chair. First of all, I'll say it's quite rich hearing that member talk about somebody wanting to talk on and on in the House of Commons. It's quite rich. But on the point, the substance of his point, he's trying to claim that somehow it's not a motion of privilege that the member has brought here. What we're talking about here is essentially a member's privileges being breached, all members' privileges being breached, to be able to have a debate about this issue in the House of Commons. The most serious matter that comes before Parliament is a motion of privilege. And prima facie case, has been obviously established by the Speaker, and the ability for the House to then have a debate is something that is an important privilege of all members. That's been breached here. He can cite whatever he'd like to try and indicate that there is an ability to be able to use the procedural tactics that were used. But at the end of the day, that's what has happened. Procedural tactics were used by this government to try to prevent members' privileges from being exercised. So this is, in fact, something that that the member should be able to have the opportunity to raise and fully defend and explain prior to having a ruling on it. And so he's doing that. I hear him making substantive points about why this is a privilege, matter of privilege, and it is appalling to hear the government, with the representative being the parliamentary secretary over there, trying to shut that down and eliminate his opportunity. I think that almost might be another breach of privilege on top of a breach of privilege. And so I hope that that will refrain and that the member will have the opportunity to make his case.
I want to thank both honourable members for their points of order and the point of order and the reply. But I do believe that there was a point made about being concise and not rambling on for hours on end. We do not have a lot of time, and I'm looking at what's going on, and I'm looking at the time we have government business to take care of. It's important that privilege be respected, but privilege also means taking care of government business. I'll go back to the member, and hopefully he'll be as concise as possible and finish up in short order. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Well, you can see my desire to be concise from the fact that I keep on jumping up at the same time as you in the hopes that I can continue and having to sit down out of appropriate respect for your position. I think actually what the Deputy House Leader just did there was to try and actually enter into the privilege discussion and make a point which is germane to your result.
Point rather than assessing what the other side said.
I'd like to raise on a point of...
The honourable member for Portage-Nisker.
I appreciate so much the task that you have before you, and I just would like to remind you, as I know you are aware, that your job is not to advance or the government. When you say we have government work to get to, well, the government would like to get to government work. Your job, as I know you know it, and you do it very well, is to protect the rights of this House, of all members. And this point of privilege supersedes the government's agenda. And that's why this is so important that this be heard. We went through this yesterday, and we saw the tricks that the government is trying to play. And we are asking that our Speaker stand up for our rights as well. So the government wants to advance their agenda. That is not our job in this House. Our job is to protect democracy, to protect Canadians' rights, to be Her Majesty's loyal opposition. And so that's why it's so important that this isn't about the government's agenda. This is about this point of privilege, a very important matter before us now. Thank you.
Thank you, the honourable member, and it is about Parliament's agenda moving forward.
Agreed.
That was what we're working for.
Agreed.
The honourable member. And again, if he can be as concise as possible.
You're right, Mr. Speaker, and I ought not to have intervened and offered my commentary on the Parliamentary Secretary to the House Leader's commentary. There's a certain sort of meta level to that perhaps ought to be just left to one side. Let me return then to the motion introduced by the member for Brossard St. Lambert is the issue at hand. That motion says that it says simply we'll proceed to orders of the day, but what it does is it ends the discussion on a matter of privilege before that matter of privilege has been voted on, thereby taking away the right of every member to vote on their privileges, because this privilege is not something that's unique to the members who were held up. It is an item of privilege being delayed from coming to the House of Commons that is absolutely integral. It is the foundational privilege we have here, along with freedom of speech. It goes back to the days when King Charles I and his thugs tried to stop members of Parliament from coming to the House, so that he could engineer a majority by essentially locking people up in their hotel rooms and waylaying them in the streets. That's where this comes from, right? And it's a matter that was raised about 2 years ago by Yvonne Gaudin, the member at the time for one of the New Brunswick ridings, New Democrat member I might mention, who was delayed for other reasons, although similar reasons. It's something which requires, because of the fact that these are circumstance-specific but relate to all of us, it is something which the issue of being delayed access, something which keeps on changing as construction schedules change, as high-profile visitors arrive here, as security risks go up and down. These are matters that are in need of constant adjustment and revision and examination. So taking away that privilege for us to vote on it is taking away a fundamental right here. It is obvious, it is just obvious that it was never intended that these matters would go to committee without a vote in the House, that they would be removed without a vote in the House. So, look, the way the member from Brossard St. Lambert introduced her motion after giving those earlier comments I gave was to point out that a member of the Procedure and House Affairs Committee, the member from Hamilton West, Ancaster Dundas, had introduced a motion, or given notice of a motion in committee that says the following: that the committee examine the question of privilege raised by the member from Milton respecting the free movement of members within the parliamentary precinct, thereby apparently obviating the need for a vote in the House. That is problem number one, which affects the privileges of all of us. We do not want a situation in which matters of privilege can be brought before the Procedure and House Committee by the simple expedient of a member moving a motion in that committee. Number one, not every proposal for a matter of privilege that has been found to be a prima facie case of privilege is necessarily going to be accepted by the House. I haven't ever gone back and done the historical research, but there's a reason why we don't simply have the Speaker refer it without a vote to the House. The House's word on this is vital we want to change the standing orders, the Speaker can send this off to the House unilaterally without it. Just, I think it's prima facie case. Off we go, no debate, off to the House. That would be okay. But that standing order doesn't exist. The current standing order does exist. And the proposal to change to the Speaker having unilateral decision-making authority on this, not only does that not exist, it is not part of the government's discussion paper, it's not part of the government's vaunted promises to change standing orders in their election platform. It's not anywhere. It's suddenly arisen out of thin air. We will just unilaterally abrogate the standing orders and therefore the privileges of every member of this House on the fly. And that is unacceptable, Mr. Speaker. There is a standing order.
If I may, just for clarification for my own use, the issue was 2 members not being able to make it to the House on time, and the issue's there. But now we're back into, I believe, what's going on in Proc. Am I correct, or is that? I'm just trying to clarify for my own. The honourable member for Simcoe York.
I find alarming that that's the conclusion you've drawn after having heard submissions from myself and from the member from Perth Wellington. What was made quite clear is that an issue is how that point of privilege was responded to, and the fact that now there is an effort to try and rewrite the rules on how privilege in this House works through a motion at the committee, which is, of course, when the government has said they respect that point of privilege needs to be dealt with, and that decision by the Speaker yesterday, the prima facie decision, would be dealt with and respected in that fashion. And that is the basis for their having voted to return to go to government orders, to have disposed of the prima facie decision of the Speaker yesterday. So that is the privilege issue at stake. That what we are facing is an effort to rewrite the standing orders of this place and centuries of tradition. And I appreciate that the clerk wants to intervene and provide contrary arguments to mine at the same time as I'm attempting to make submissions. But I have to take exception because we just saw a demonstration that you had not appreciated what had been said earlier, likely because of such interruptions. And the point that is being made is much more fundamental. It is not the same point of privilege yesterday. That is entwined as part of it. Absolutely. What is being objected to is that we are now seeing an effort by the government to rewrite the rules of centuries in this House, to rewrite the big green book, O'Brien and Bosk, an effort to rewrite the standing order so that privilege should be dealt with in an entirely different way, diminishing privilege to a motion from a government member at a committee. That's the basis of this motion that we've been discussing here. And so that's why everything that the honourable member is saying is in order. That's why I was alarmed by your earlier intervention that suggested it might not be, and by the interventions of others. In fact, the member for the Parliamentary Secretary to the Government House Leader got up himself and spelled out that that is what has happened. It's taken place at the committee. So that is an important part that's intrinsic to this. It is not simply a repeat discussion of the point of privilege on which the member made a prima facie finding yesterday. It's where that is leading in an effort to rewrite our rules and to diminish our privileges, in effect, extinguish the rights of this House as to privilege and the supremacy of this House as to privilege, and to make it now depend on government motions at committees.
The honourable member for Kingston Lanark. If I may, it was more about being concise. It wasn't questioning, so I'll let him continue. And again, remind him that conciseness is something that we agreed on. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And I actually am approaching now the conclusion of the remarks I have to make here. My point here has been looking now directly at the government motion that led to today's item of privilege. The motion was simply the innocuous motion, apparently innocuous motion, to move to orders of the day. But the point is, in moving to orders of the day, the vote on the matter of privilege effectively is diverted to we don't know when. We don't know when, maybe never. Because there's no standing order to deal with this problem. That's actually the underlying thing. No one ever contemplated this would happen. So there's no standing order to deal with this. So that is the problem. A procedural trick was used for which I suspect the implication was not understood by those who did it. I don't see malice in this particular matter, in this particular respect. I just see a problem. Now, reference was made by the member before she moved her motion, the member for Brossard-Saint-Lambert. She made reference to a motion being made in committee and effectively said, look, this is going to get dealt with because a motion is being moved in committee, in the Procedure and House Affairs Committee, to bring this forward. There's a second problem, which is now motions can, if we allow this to go forward, in committee can cause matters of privilege to be dealt with. That's an issue. And the third, and I think the most substantial issue, the one that relates back to the privileges of the member for Milton, which are the matter on which a prima facie case was found yesterday by the Speaker. The issue here is this. The way she worded the motion, the committee examined, now I'm referring now to the member for Hamilton West and Kitchener Dundas, who's moved a motion or has given notice of a motion in committee. The way it was introduced removed the priority, the part that was in the member for Beauce's amendment to the motion regarding privilege, and that the committee make this matter a priority over all other business, including its review of the standing orders and procedures of the House of Commons. So the point here is she left that part out. This will be dealt with after this interminable debate. It guarantees it. So far from ensuring the privilege will be dealt with, this is a way of killing this motion of privilege, or delaying it anyway, to a point where it's not being dealt with, because this debate goes on and on like Jarndyce v. Jarndyce in Dickens's novel Bleak House, the fictional recounting of a true court case that started in 1798 and wound up in 1915. My goodness, there is a fundamental issue here. It does go back to the endless debate in that committee, which was precipitated by the government's desire to unilaterally rewrite the rules, which is actually happening right now as we speak. And while that is partly a discussion about the rules of this place, and maybe is appropriately a point of order, it is relevant to bring it into our discussion of privileges, because if there is no order in this place, if the orders can be rewritten on the fly by new ideas invented by whatever hyper-caffeinated 20-year-old in the Liberal war room has dreamed this up, then we are in a situation in which privileges are going to be violated as a matter of routine, and this is just the first example. Fact is that the conventions of this place are being profoundly abused, I think, without any malice on the part of the government members here, but without regard to the way this place works. You don't need malice, Mr. Speaker, to ruin something as delicate and organic as the pattern of folkways, the culture we have here, the practices we have, which are written down not in one place but in various places, just like our common law. They're not in one place, and yet they are sacred to our liberty. Just as the common law protects our liberty as citizens, so too do our practices in this place protect us just as much as the standing orders which they supplement. So my logic, my argument is this. The privileges of everybody here were violated by this motion in two separate respects, which I won't repeat again, Mr. Speaker, in the interest of brevity, and in a way that is absolutely critical to the point of privilege that was under debate yesterday. That was adjourned in an unprecedented way that is clearly in violation of the spirit of the relevant Standing Order 48-1, and probably in violation of its letter. And so the point is, Standing Order 48-1 was violated in a way which offends the privileges of the member for Milton, and also, although the ruling was not on him, the member from Beauce, who was also on the same bus that was delayed. And that is relevant to the privileges of all of us who may find ourselves in similar circumstances, as Yvon Gaudin did when the President of Germany was visiting and he couldn't get to the House because the motorcade took priority over him crossing the street, as occurred when President George W. Bush was here and members couldn't get through for security reasons, as may occur on other occasions. This is a matter that needs constant revision and not on a basis that gets pushed off until the government has figured out how it wants to deal with a filibuster, but a government that is not willing to consider just setting aside this matter in committee, this matter of the standing order review that's been under discussion since March 21st in order to deal with the other matter of privilege. Doesn't mean they have to back off and give up on their plans. It means they have to push them aside a bit, as they ought to do anyway, given the other things that are on the agenda of that committee, such as a review of the Elections Act, for which the Minister for Democratic Institutions asked us to act as promptly as possible and asked us to get back to her by May the 19th. Well, that is gone. That deadline's impossible to meet now. But my goodness, Mr. Speaker, we can't have everything pushed aside while those hyper-caffeinated teenagers in the back room try to figure out what's the next thing to do. Their organizational ineptitude is no reason for us to throw aside the centuries of practices and customs we've built up in this place that are the protection of our democracy. They can grow up at their leisure, but not, surely to goodness, Mr. Speaker, at the expense of every Canadian coast to coast who is defended by the people in here, only so long as we actually have privileges that are respected. That's my intervention, Mr. Speaker. Thank you very much.
Before we go on, I wish to inform the House that because of the ministerial statement, government orders will be extended to 13 minutes today. Now, the honourable member for Banff Airdrie, and again, I just want to remind the honourable members, there's others who want to speak to this. If they can be as concise and brief as possible, it would certainly be appreciated by all.
Appreciate that, Mr. Speaker, and I will attempt to, I have some points to make, but I'll attempt to do them as briefly as is feasible. And I obviously want to speak in support of the member with his point of privilege here, and it's centered around this idea, and it seems to be a kind of a recurring theme that we're seeing from this government, that somehow they will try to twist or use the procedures in place in the House to avoid the idea of accountability. And this is corollary to that because it's avoiding being accountable to the members of this House, therefore breaching the privileges of the members of this House. And that's what it boils down to. I mean, I kind of want to just go back to how this began and explain that just as a, because I think it's important to start from the beginning. And that's this, to remind everyone, what we're talking about here is a breach of members' privileges that occurred. The member for Milton raised it. It was also raised by the member for Beauce. They were prevented from being able to exercise the most basic, most fundamental part of their duties as a member of Parliament, which is to vote on behalf of their constituents. They were delayed and prevented in their ability to get here and arrive to be able to exercise that very most fundamental part of their duties. And so it was raised by the member for Milton, then raised by the member for Beauce. And I think to think about the seriousness of that, I would ask especially the government members to think about this. Had that been two members of the government who had been prevented from attending a vote, and had that then led to the government losing a vote, that could have then led to follow the government, leading to an election. That's how serious that contravention of someone's privilege as a member can actually be. It can be that serious. It can mean the fall of a government. It can mean putting the Canadian people to an election. That is how serious that can be. That's what we're talking about here. That's the kind of privilege we're talking about. Now, obviously, rightfully so, as we have seen with past. I remember in the last Parliament being on the Proc Committee when a very similar, almost identical motion of privilege was brought by a member of the NDP, who's no longer with us, Yvonne Godin. It had occurred in his case to him and a number of other members. And what happened when that happened? Speaker found, of course, a prima facie case. And when it was then, of course, by the House referred to Proc, which made it its first priority and dealt with it. That's always been what's happened. And there's a reason why that's happening, because this is a very important issue to deal with when a member's privileges have been breached, especially when it's talking about the most fundamental part of their duties, their vote, exercising their vote on behalf of tens of thousands. In my case, I represent about 100, and I think it's about 140,000 people that reside in my constituency. Others have varying numbers, but it's tens of thousands in all cases. And that's their duty to exercise that right on behalf of those tens of thousands of citizens who've put them in this place, who've put their trust in that individual, and they expect them to exercise that vote. And when they're prevented from doing so, that is the most fundamental part of their duties, and that's the most fundamental breach of a member's privileges, when they're prevented. And that's why that was taken so seriously at that time. That's why it should be taken, obviously, that seriously at this time as well. And I've always seen that with my time on PROC, when that's been referred there. It's been dealt with as a priority matter, and it's for that reason. And so when this was found, as well as it should have been, to be a prima facie case, it should become the most important matter before this House. And the debates that's required should happen. A vote to refer should happen. And I appreciate that the Parliamentary Secretary of the Government House did stand up and cite procedure which allows the government to use the motion that it did to return, I think it was to return to government orders, I believe, was what they were seeking to do, that they did that in order to avoid this debate and this accountability, I would say. And so then what that means is that all members of this House have then had their privileges breached by that action on behalf of the government, because this is our most fundamental question before us when we deal with a member of privilege. And I talked about why it's so important that we have to deal with those things, and that then should become the most primary thing before this House. And to use that kind of a motion is then a breach of the privileges of the members of this House of Commons. And that's why my colleague has stood and raised this point. And what I guess I want to say at this point about that is, I understand the situation that's occurring right now. Okay, and so there has been a situation where they've brought forward, and I know it's almost seems like a side issue, Mr. Speaker, but it isn't, and I'll explain why. But there is this matter before PROC, for the Procedure and House Affairs Committee.
I believe we're starting to hear some points that have already been made. I believe we've collected a lot of information to date. We have one more member who would like to speak on this. And if I might, I would like to just stop and then go to the next member and then wrap it up so that we could have a decision and bring the decision back as soon as possible and be able to rule on it in a timely fashion.
I do understand your desire to move forward in as expeditious manner as you can, but I do have some points that are important to this that I do need to make, and I would ask that you give me that opportunity.
If you can make those points briefly and to the point without repeating what's already been said, it would certainly be appreciated, and it would allow us to move on to the next member who is behind you waiting to speak.
Understood, Mr. Speaker, and I will certainly make every effort to do so. I'll make every effort to do so. And so, where I was at, and I'm just trying to kind of, I mentioned to you, as I mentioned earlier, these issues that are being dealt with in PROC, I know it, if you bear with me, I won't take long to get to it, but I think it does come to a point. And it's this. They've got this issue before PROC that obviously they brought forward, the table dropped this idea of changing the standing orders in the House of Commons. It appears to me that a bill that was done with the attempt to try to make sure that they have less accountability to this House of Commons, which means to the Canadian people, because that is who we all represent. That's who we're all here on behalf of. And because of that, yes, there's been this motion brought as a notice of motion in PROC, but we're seized by this other matter, where there's an amendment to this motion that's been put on the floor by a Liberal member to try and ram through the changes they want to make there.
And so that creates a great difficulty in order for this to be dealt with, first of all. But more importantly, it isn't for a committee of the House of Commons to make, it shouldn't be left to that, to make that decision as to how that's done and how that's dealt with. That is the primary thing before the House when it's been brought forward. And the debate and the vote that needs to occur here, that is how it needs to occur. That is the proper process. And so it, again, ties back to how this is a another use by the government of trying to sort of change the way this place functions to suit their own purposes, much like what the motion that they have before Proc is an attempt to try and change the way this place functions to suit their own purposes. In that case, Mr. Speaker, it's to try to make sure that the Prime Minister can avoid accountability to Canadians in question period. It's try to take away one more day of accountability to Canadians by removing the Fridays. And that's what that is about. And in this case, it's taking away the ability for this House to deal with the most fundamental stuff that we have to deal with, which is talking about the privileges of a member of this House of Commons, about their ability to exercise their right to vote on behalf of their constituents, who they've been elected and sent here to represent. And so that is essentially why we've got, a breach of privilege on a motion of privilege. That's what's happened here. And it's just about staggering. It's almost hard to keep track of it. But to me, is something that obviously there's a need for us to be looking at, dealing with. And, I understand that you want to try and keep this all brief, but I think it's important to hear people out on this because this is a critical matter. And one that if it's allowed to sort of proceed in the way that it is, if that's allowed to happen, it sets this great precedent that this government can change the way this place functions to suit themselves. And that is the greatest breach of privilege of the members of this House of Commons, and therefore the greatest breach of accountability to the Canadian people that I could ever imagine occurring. And that's why I don't think to try and rush this and say members should only speak for a couple of minutes and move on to somebody else. That's very troublesome and problematic because of that very fact. The very fact that what we're talking about here is the heart of democracy. That ability to exercise the franchise that's been entrusted to us and put here, and we're put here for that very reason, to represent our fellow citizens. And for those two members to have had those abilities breached in that way, and then to have, further to that, a government try to avoid the ability for this House to deal with it in the proper manner, in the way that it's supposed to be dealt with, in the way that it always has been dealt with, and then, to have a committee sort of take those responsibilities away from all the members, that almost in itself is another breach of the members of this House of Commons, because it's their right. It's almost another breach of their privileges, because it's our right, it's all of our right, to enforce something so fundamental about the way this Parliament works, about the privileges of members, about, therefore, the privileges of all Canadians to have their voice heard, to have their member of Parliament stand in this place and have the ability to voice on behalf of their constituents that vote, to place that vote, and whatever way that vote might be, to represent their constituents. And so, from that perspective alone, this is a serious, fundamental matter, and I see you're giving me the wave off, Mr. Speaker. I understand your desire to try to move on. But I just really can't emphasize enough how important it is that the privileges of all members be respected. The privilege of all members to be able to deal with a motion of privilege needs to be respected. And if that can't even be respected, then how can we expect someone to be able to have their privileges upheld in this place, to have their vote taken away, and then to have the government try to find ways to procedurally prevent that from being dealt with in the proper manner? And I think it just speaks to exactly what we're seeing over and over again with the attempts by this government. That I mentioned earlier, the one in Proc. We saw it happen in this House with ways to try to avoid accountability, with ways to try to change the way things function, but without the consent of the people.
The honourable member, I'd like to just say that I believe we've collected enough information to come back with a response at this point. In all due respect, we did promise that the honourable member for Calgary Signal Hill would have a few words. I'd like to move on to the honourable member for Calgary Signal Hill so he can have a few words, and then we can actually bring it back so that we can have an answer for Parliament. The honourable member for Calgary Signal Hill. A point of order, the honourable member for...
Mr. Speaker, I mean, it's my right to stand and speak to a matter of privilege in this House of Commons. And I understand your desire to try to keep the debate as brief as possible. But I have points to make. And it's my right to make those points. It is, as I've said, it's the most fundamental part of our duties, and it's the most fundamental thing we need to deal with is a point of privilege. And for you to tell me that my time is cut off, I find that very troubling.
If you look at page 144 in the chapter 3, it does determine that the Speaker does have the right to determine when we have enough information. And I believe that the honourable member for Calgary Signal Hill has something else to bring forward. So I'll pass it on to the honourable member for Calgary Signal Hill. Yes, the honourable member for Simcoe York.
I did want to address the point that you just did reference, which I believe is page 144, and that you had read earlier. And I thought of intervening at that point, but I was hoping it wouldn't be necessary, but it seems like it perhaps may be. And it indicates there in the section you read that the Speaker will hear the member and may permit others who are directly implicated in the matter to intervene. That's the first sentence in that paragraph. And you will recall in our previous discussion about the scope of this point of privilege is that this is no longer a question of privilege that affects simply two members. The issue of the effort to rewrite the rules of this House through the back door, through rendering privilege to be a matter that is raised at committee on a motion from a member of the government, means that this now affects every single member of this House. So every member is implicated and has a direct interest in speaking to it. And I will wait until I have the Speaker's attention. York Simcoe, thank you, Mr. Speaker. As I was saying, that the construction of the motion is no longer simply one of privilege for the two members, but it's rather privilege as it affects all of us in this House. And I've certainly indicated that what we are discussing is inclusive and bound into it the effort to effectively amend the standing orders or our rules by changing the way in which privilege is dealt with by making it a government motion at committee that renders privilege. I could even go further, Mr. Speaker, on that regard. It's actually more sweeping than that because the Constitution of Canada even addresses the questions of the privileges of parliamentarians. It says at Section 18 under Legislative Powers in Part 4, the privileges, immunities, and powers to be held, enjoyed, and exercised by the Senate and by the House of Commons and by members hereof respectively shall be such as are from time to time defined by the Act of Parliament of Canada, but so that any Act of Parliament of Canada defining such privileges, immunities, and powers shall not confer any privileges, immunities, or powers exceeding those at the passing of the Act held, enjoyed, and exercised by the Commons of the Parliaments of the UK and Great Britain and Ireland, of course, referencing the others that I have referenced earlier. But my point there being that we're even getting into the realm of constitutional and statutory amendment that they're trying to do by way of a motion at committee. So this is a profound and serious and deep question. And the other point being that, of course, as I was saying, everyone who's directly involved, which is now all 338 members of this House, are directly implicated. Every one of them should have the right to speak. And I say that simply because I've heard you reference that there was one more member that wished to speak. I'm not sure that is the case. I think you should canvass it completely. And if you read further, it says, in instances where more than one member is involved in a question of privilege, the Speaker may postpone discussion until all concerned members can be present in the House, which would suggest you should certainly continue discussion until everyone who is present has had an opportunity to have their say, and then further, if there are others who wish to have their say beyond that. And then there has been much weight placed on this last paragraph here, or the last sentence in that paragraph, which says, oh, well, it continues, the Speaker also has the discretion to seek the advice of other members to help him and her in determining whether there is a prima facie matter of privilege involved which would warrant the matter priority of consideration over other House business. When satisfied, the Speaker will terminate discussion. Well, one could certainly place a construction on that, as I would, that when you are satisfied that there is a prima facie question of privilege, absolutely. There's no need to hear any further, and you may step forward and terminate the debate at that place. That's what when satisfied means. It doesn't mean when satisfied I can presume in my mind what others are going to submit and that it's going to fail to reach the threshold necessary. That's not what satisfied means. What satisfied means is that you have been satisfied that there is a prima facie case of privilege. That is what the debate is about. And at that point, you can intervene and cut it off and say, I need hear nothing more. We need not debate anymore. I am satisfied there. Oh, I'm sorry. I will wait till the Speaker is finished. Exactly. So Mr. Speaker, if I do have your attention, I appreciate that. I recognize that you have every right, when you have concluded that an individual member has entered into repetition and is not raising new points, having given the member enough opportunities to draw their points to a conclusion, to terminate those comments. That, however, is a very different question than allowing other members to make their comments. And the challenge for you is this. If you are so doing that, notwithstanding that I believe what we see in O'Brien and Bosk in the passage you cited is that when satisfied, you may terminate. That means when satisfied that there is a prima facie case. How can you possibly have such magical psychical powers as to be able to presume the future submissions of members that have not yet had an opportunity to stand on a question of privilege that directly and personally affects them? And I don't believe that was your intention. I did not hear that was your intention, but I sense that some may have been wishing to guide you to such an intention. And I think that you, as having seen your conduct as a Speaker before, I don't believe you would, and I just want to caution you from heading to such shoals.
Very good. The intent is to gather enough information so that a decision can be made. And I believe enough information has been given so that we can come to a conclusion. And that is the intent of where we're going today. I'll let the honourable member for Calgary Nose Hill continue then. He had to Signal Hill, I'm sorry. Very briefly, if he doesn't mind.
Well, thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I thank you for having the faith that I will bring some additional information to this, because I do think it's important that a couple of matters that I haven't heard addressed today are addressed. First of all, I want to start by saying that it's not often I get up in this House and make remarks. I don't consider myself to be a parliamentary orator like my friend from York Simcoe. I don't consider that I know that thick green book anywhere near like my colleague from the London area. So, you know, the reality of it is, Mr. Speaker, that you know, I don't have a university degree. I didn't even finish high school, Mr. Speaker, but I do have a degree in hard knocks. I was raised in Saskatchewan and still have many of those Saskatchewan values, as does my family. Those values include things like working hard. They include things like respecting the law, and they include respect for institutions, Mr. Speaker. And I guess what I'm getting at is that those values, I think, are what my constituents entrusted for the next 4 years when they elected me in October of 2015. And it's my job to ensure that when I stand in this House, that I represent their views, but I think it's also important that I represent what this institution stands for. And so we are debating here today a motion and an amendment to a motion, which was moved by two of my colleagues who happen to sit immediately behind me. As I was saying, the motion and the amendment to the motion were moved by two colleagues who sit immediately behind me. I happened to be here on Budget Day when my colleagues arrived, and I can tell you that they were hurt. They were hurt by the fact that they were not able to be here to represent their constituents in this particular vote. And so I think that what I've seen from the other side in some of the points that have been made, I think need to be challenged. I refer to the debate yesterday, and when I talk, I happen to have the privilege, and I say privilege because that's what we're talking about here today. I happen to have the privilege of sitting on the Finance Committee. So I do have the opportunity on occasions to listen to the member from Winnipeg Centre. And I wasn't in the House when he was speaking on this particular privilege motion, but I did happen to catch him in my office on the I guess television, I guess is what it is. But anyway, and I'm going to quote from what this honourable member said. I'm not going to quote his entire remarks, but I must tell you that some of the comments that he made yesterday are so pertinent to what we're talking about here today. As I said, I was here on Budget Day when these two colleagues could not exercise their right to vote, and I can assure you they were hurt by it. What does the member for Winnipeg Centre say? We're not supposed to be dilly-dallying in our offices. But what kind of a response to a privilege motion is that by the member from Winnipeg Centre? That shows an attitude. And I think what we're saying here today, and have been saying for the last several days, and have been saying in other places, Mr. Speaker, is it's a prevailing attitude that we see day after day in this House. He further goes on to talk about, in his remarks, he goes on to talk about, he doesn't even think that this should even be referred to a committee. His words were something to the effect, and this is a gentleman, Mr. Speaker, who is an elected member of this House, a former member of the military, by his own admission in his remarks yesterday, an elementary school teacher. He goes on to talk about, he doesn't think that this should even be referred to a committee. We have the bureaucracy to figure this out. Now, how can a member from that government stand in this House and say, our privileges, whether they have been violated or not, how can he stand in this House and say our privileges should be determined by a bureaucracy, Mr. Speaker? That is absolutely absurd. And, you know, the problem I think that many of us on this side have is we see the actions of the government on a number of fronts, and frankly, we don't trust them. We don't trust that they're going to do the right thing. We don't trust that they're going to fix the problem that we were talking about here today, Mr. Speaker. So for that reason, we need to ensure that there is a ruling that is fair. And as the amendment said, it not only needs to go to a committee, but it needs to have the highest priority at that committee. And that's what we're talking about here today. Because we've seen what this government does in terms of priority. There's only one priority that comes from this government, and it's their priority. It doesn't matter what the issue is. It's simply, this is what we want to do, and we're going to get it done, whether we have to roll over the opposition or not. So, Mr. Speaker, I know that there may be other members of this House that want to speak, but I have heard what you had said on a couple of occasions, so I'm prepared at this stage to move the following motion, seconded by my colleague from Banff Airdrie, that the question of privilege regarding the free movement of members of Parliament within the parliamentary precinct, originally raised on March 22, 2017, be referred to the Standing Committee on Procedure and House Affairs.
I'd like to ask the honourable member, is he asking for unanimous consent to move that motion? Are you asking for, is the honourable member asking for unanimous consent to move that motion?
I don't know, am I? Mr. Speaker, I ask you, unanimous consent or not?
If not, it would be premature to be moving a motion at this point. Point of order, the honourable member for Banff Airdrie.
Yeah, point of order. It was my understanding, and I mean, obviously I was referenced as seconding the motion, but it was my understanding that you had stood a couple of times during my intervention and indicated that you felt you had all the information you needed, and it sounded to me as though you were prepared to rule. And therefore, I think the motion would be in order for the member to move the motion to have it referred to the committee.
Okay, one moment. To the honourable member, when I said we had enough information to bring back and come back with a ruling, then we could bring forward a motion. In the meantime, I believe we've collected enough information, and I will be presenting it to the Speaker, and we'll be coming back with a ruling in good time. Now what we'll do is move on to the, it being 1:44, the House now proceed to consideration of private members' business as listed in today's order paper. The honourable member for, oops, sorry, what's that? Oh, sorry.
Business, affaires émanant des députés, reprise du débat de la motion M100.
Resuming debate on motion M102 in the name of Mr. Massey on formaldehyde emissions.
River.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'd like to take this opportunity to take a personal moment. Today is my granddaughter Kwastanaya's birthday, and I'm not there with her today. So I would like to wish her a very happy birthday and let her know that even though I'm not with her on her special day, that her chichia loves her very much. Thank you for your indulgence. I'm honored to rise today in this House to speak on Motion 102. This motion aims to adopt regulations on formaldehyde emissions and to model these regulations off the U.S. Environmental Protection Agency's regulatory standards. While we have been made aware of the toxic effects of formaldehyde for decades, countless governments have failed to take action by ensuring that regulations are being enforced. I believe that passing this motion and strengthening Canada's enforcement of formaldehyde emissions will not only serve to benefit Canadian industry, but will protect the health and safety of Canadians. Formaldehyde is a colorless gas that is emitted mainly from household products and building materials. It can be present in homes as a result of fumes from household products or building materials used in the home. In Canada, the presence of formaldehyde in the air poses a particularly dangerous risk as Canadians spend the majority of their times indoors, especially during the winter months. Although there is formaldehyde emissions standard for composite and hardwood plywood panels, it is simply a guideline with a voluntary compliance. It is not enforced by Health Canada, and this is putting Canadians at risk. The health impacts of exposure to formaldehyde emissions are significant. Formaldehyde is an irritant, and the concentrations of the gas can cause respiratory problems, burning sensations in the eyes and the throat, and in instances of high exposure can even cause cancer. Those with asthma and children are most likely to become sick after exposure of formaldehyde. For these reasons, formaldehyde was declared to be toxic in the Canadian Environmental Protection Act of 1999. Despite this, formaldehyde can still be found in composite panels made of recycled wood. These panels have many uses, such as the construction of furniture, shelving, cabinets, floors, and, Mr. Speaker, even toys. It is important to note that Health Canada has in fact established guidelines for indoor air quality, but the regulations on formaldehyde emissions fall short. As I previously mentioned, Health Canada does specify a formaldehyde emission standard for wood composites. However, this is a voluntary standard, a favorite method of regulation by both Conservative and Liberal governments in the past. It is senseless to have standards for formaldehyde emissions unless they are made mandatory. Voluntary guidelines have put Canadians at risk for far too long. We need a firm commitment from the government that the health and safety of Canadians will be their top priority. I believe that Canada needs to take its cue from our closest partner, the United States, and finally enforce strict regulations. After Hurricane Katrina destroyed the homes of thousands of families in Louisiana, many people were temporarily housed in homes, mobile homes, and trailers. These temporary homes were constructed using composite wood, and numerous people living in these trailers became very ill from the formaldehyde content. This resulted in several lawsuits over many years as victims sought repatriation for the damage done to their health. In response to these events, the United States government introduced stringent regulations in order to eliminate formaldehyde from composite wood products in 2016. These products include everything from countertops and cabinets to flooring and plywood. In December of this year, these regulations will be fully implemented in the United States. Any foreign or domestic manufacturers that want to sell or produce wood composite products containing formaldehyde will have to comply with these new regulations in only a few months. It is also important to note that California has adopted particularly strict measures using a phase-out approach to reduce public exposure to formaldehyde. These regulations require that any composite wood contained in flooring products be certified as having been manufactured using compliant wood products during production. Of course, it is important to think about the impact that strict regulations may have on Canadian businesses. There are currently 13 factories in 6 provinces that produce composite panels. Many of these factories are in rural communities, like the one I represent, and their communities depend on the economic benefits they bring to the region. These factories employ 11,500 workers and have an impact of approximately $3.4 billion for the Canadian economy. For my riding in particular, the forestry and lumber industries are key to sustaining a strong local economy. In February, we heard from members of this House that a particle panel manufacturers in their ridings would directly benefit if this motion passes. If Canada does not harmonize their regulatory standards with those in the U.S., there will likely be a number of consequences in relation to profits and competition. As a result, we have already seen Canadian companies adopting stricter standards. Many Canadian manufacturers have adjusted their practices to comply with the regulations introduced in the United States in order to keep exporting their products across the border. Given that just over 70% of Canada's raw panels are exported to the U.S., many Canadian companies have already changed their production standards to meet American regulations. Canadian manufacturers would be at a significant disadvantage by not adhering to these strict rules because it allows them to remain competitive. I am confident that these new regulations will be a great asset, not a hindrance, to our lumber producers and will only serve to strengthen our local economies. Since this motion was first presented in the House, I have been pleased to see that many of us on both sides of the aisle will be supporting M102. We believe that this government has a mandatory duty under the Canadian Environmental Protection Act to take action where significant health risks are posing a threat to Canadians. Health officials are well aware of the dangerous risks associated with formaldehyde, and it is time for the government to take leadership and protect the lives and well-being of Canadians. Voluntary standards are not good enough, and we need to pass this motion in order to ensure that regulations for formaldehyde emissions will now be fully enforced. We also need to ensure that our Canadian industries remain profitable and competitive with our American counterparts. And I believe that this motion will do just that. This is why I wholeheartedly support M102 and strongly encourage all of you to do the same. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Resuming debate, the Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Health Minister. Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker.
House to speak to private members' motion M102, which calls on the government to adopt regulations to limit formaldehyde emissions from composite wood products intended for indoor use.
I'd also like to thank my colleague, the member for Avignon, La Métis, Matane, Matapédia, for his work on this file and for having put this important matter before the House.
To take action to limit the emissions of formaldehyde in indoor air, the member's motion further asks that regulations be developed that aim to be similar to those recently published by our neighbors to the south in the United States. Le gouvernement est d'accord.
The government agrees.
The motion before us today. L'adoption de règlements.
Adopting regulations would add to the efforts made to date to limit this carcinogenic problem and to promote the health of Canadians. That's why we're here, Mr. Speaker. The health effects of formaldehyde are well known and have been for some time already.
Canadian Environmental Protection Act 1999, for short, in 2001. Our scientists concluded that it was toxic to both human health and the environment and added it to CEPA's list of toxic substances, commonly known as Schedule 1 of the Act. Its toxicity is also recognized by a number of reputable sources worldwide. Indeed, the International Agency for Research on Cancer classifies it as cancerogenic to humans. Before going any further, perhaps we should answer the question, what is it? The formaldehyde est une
Formaldehyde is a colorless substance that was frequently used in a number of consumer products and household products and construction products. Although its use has been limited in Canada, the US, and Australia because it's dangerous, the main source of exposure remains gases coming off products containing formaldehyde.
That the motion before us today is speaking about. Composite wood is used in many applications, including the manufacture of wood panels, like particle board in countertops, decorative plywood for cabinets, laminate flooring, or finished products such as furniture. Composite wood products are created by binding wood particles together with a resin or other kind of adhesive that often contains formaldehyde. It is then the off-gassing of formaldehyde from these products that can contribute to increased levels of formaldehyde in indoor air. Le fait que le formaldéhyde est également...
The fact that formaldehyde is also produced with, used in fuels is a well-known fact. So vehicle exhaust also includes formaldehyde, but that has been regulated under the Canadian Environmental Protection Act 1999, which has been in effect since 2003.
For quality, which is where our focus lies today, the government has continued to take action. In 2006, following a comprehensive risk assessment to determine safe limits for formaldehyde, the government published indoor air quality guidelines, which are unique in North America and much of the world. Meanwhile, in the United States, a series of initiatives related to setting regulatory emission limits for formaldehyde from composite wood products was also beginning to really gain steam. These
efforts began to bear fruit in 2007 when California adopted measures to reduce formaldehyde emissions.
Its Congress enacted the Formaldehyde Standards for Composite Wood Products Act, which required the United States Environmental Protection Agency, otherwise known as the EPA, to develop national regulations. These regulations were published on December 12, 2016, and set emission limits for composite wood similar to those in effect in California. Comme vous le savez probablement,
as you no doubt know, California is a major market for Canadian companies selling their products in California, in the U.S., and across North America.
The major Canadian producers made investments to comply with the California standards, and so are already well positioned to sell to the rest of the United States when the EPA regulation comes into force this December. Ces mesures s'adressent clairement.
These measures affect an industry. It's in the industry's interest to meet these American standards.
Secretary to the Minister of Health, I want to take a moment to highlight the contributions Health Canada has made to this process in support of a mandate to protect the health of Canadians. Between 2012 and 2015, the department carried out the testing of hundreds of different construction materials and products so we could know which products were off-gassing formaldehyde into people's homes. Armed with that information and data from our air quality monitoring, which indicated a need to drive down formaldehyde levels in indoor air, Health Canada then engaged the Canadian Standards Association to lead the development of a consensus-based standard that involved wide representation from industry. This standard, which is voluntary, specifies health-based emission limits for composite wood products. It was also developed to align with the regulations in the United States and California.
That said, I think it's important to determine whether the voluntary approach is currently adequate with knowing that the EPA regulations are going to come into force.
Possible impacts that may have on the health of Canadians, and ask ourselves if a voluntary approach in Canada is sufficient to prevent possibly harmful products from entering our country and indeed our homes. And despite actions taken to date, research confirms that formaldehyde continues to be found in the emissions from composite wood products available in the Canadian market, which includes imports from other countries and the indoor air in Canadian homes. Additionally, at times, it continues to be found at levels which can adversely impact the health of Canadians, especially in newer homes. In
connection with studies on indoor air quality, Health Canada measured formaldehyde off-gassing in a number of houses in various cities in Canada. All had detectable levels. 8% went beyond the guidelines for residential homes. What does this mean? Higher concentrations than the Health Canada guidelines may cause irritations of the eye, nose, and throat, and may exacerbate asthma in children. So it's time to do something about this.
We support taking further steps to protect Canadians, and especially our children, from these risks of formaldehyde exposure.
As a matter of fact, this motion comes at a good time. It's my pleasure to inform the House that Health Canada officials have already undertaken the process to make these changes. We've begun to draft regulations in this arena.
In the consideration of regulations, I want to assure this House that we will consult with Canadian stakeholders and any interested Canadians to develop a made-in-Canada solution that will protect Canadians from the health risks associated with formaldehyde, which is my priority, but it will also protect Canadian companies and the market from products that do not meet our high North American standards. En terminant, Monsieur le Président, je tiens...
By way of conclusion, I'd like to repeat the government's support for this motion. This is a concrete and important way to protect Canadians' health and support the growth and success of Canadian businesses. I understand that our officials look forward to working with stakeholders to move this matter forward and make sure that everyone's voice is heard.
This is why our government supports the motion, and I would like to thank the member once again for bringing forward this motion. I look forward to working with all members of this House as we take actions on formaldehyde emissions from composite wood products intended for indoor use. Et encore une fois, je pense que ça vaut la peine d'être répété.
Once again, I think it's worth repeating in French. I would like to specifically thank the Honourable Member for Avignon-Lamitis-Matane-Matapedia, who brought this extremely important issue before the House and who is working very hard to protect the health of all Canadians, and particularly children. Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. Resuming debate, the Honourable Member for Portneuf, Jacques Cartier. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. It's a pleasure for me to be here this afternoon to mention to my colleague from Avignon-Lamitis-Matane-Matapedia that we will support motion M102. The motion reads as follows. That, in the opinion of the House, government should A, adopt regulations on formaldehyde emissions for composite wood products intended for indoor use that are sold, provided, or supplied for sale in Canada, and B, ensure that these regulations are similar to U.S. Environmental Protection Agency regulations enforcing the formaldehyde emissions standards in the U.S. Toxic Substances Control Act Title VI in order to protect the health of Canadians who use these products. Now, Mr. Speaker, the word formaldehyde is not a word that we use every day. It's the kind of word that if you try to say it 3 times quickly, well, you find that it's very hard to do, and yet it's a very important word. I have a lot of respect for my colleague, the Honourable Member for Avignon-Lamitis-Matapedia, not only because he brought forward this motion, but because he works very hard for his constituents, and he found a weakness in the regulations, and I think that in the interest of Canadians, he did the right thing by intervening and moving forward with this motion. Everyone can be influenced daily by this regulation, and I know that people didn't wake up this morning, those who are watching us didn't wake up this morning thinking about formaldehyde and its consequences. And yet we are here to work to ensure that Canadians' quality of life is maintained and protected, and that we always improve their quality of life. Mr. Speaker, when we say formaldehyde, unless you're speaking with somebody who's a scientific expert, it's easy to imagine that people's eyes glaze over. But it's so important, and I'm very happy to rise today to support this motion. Others might ask, don't we already have some laws in Canada that protect us against toxic substances? Well, it's very true, Mr. Speaker, that the Environmental Protection Act of 1999 is one of the most important laws in Canada when it comes to managing chemical substances. It's also true that the goal of this act is to protect the environment and the health and well-being of Canadians. Under chemical substances on the Government of Canada's website, it's possible to read that one of the goals of the Act is to prevent pollution and put in place measures to prevent exposure to dangerous chemicals. Now, Mr. Speaker, this law also regulates the use of formaldehyde. So why are we talking about this today? Because our standards aren't as strict. Our standards aren't as strict as the standards put in place by the EPA in 2012. And that's... The EPA adopted the California Air Resources Board regulation on wood composite products because they wanted to harmonize the regulations in the United States across all 50 states. Now, there are those who are convinced that Conservatives aren't worried about the environment. And there are those who are wondering why members of the official opposition are choosing to speak out in favor of M102. Well, it's time to get rid of this false impression that the Conservatives are the enemies of the environment. I'd like to remind the House that we agreed with the signature of the Paris Climate Agreement last December. I would also like to remind the House of some measures that show the importance that Conservatives give to the environment. Mr. Harper's government did the following. We created a program to regulate air quality. We put in place new rules to reduce emissions for cars and light trucks, as well as new rules to reduce emissions from heavy trucks. We have proposed aligned rules with the United States when it comes to vehicle emissions. We've also targeted methane emissions and hydrofluorocarbides, among others. We created new rules to reduce emissions from carbon-produced electricity. We've put in place measures to support the development of carbon capture technology, also put in place measures to support alternative energy development, and we also improved the annual report from the government on the main environmental indicators, including greenhouse gas emissions. So that's just a short list of some of the many things that the Harper government did when it was in power in the 10 years preceding the arrival of the Liberal government, which is currently in place. And I'm proud, Mr. Speaker, to be the opposition deputy critic on environment and climate change, and I take this role very seriously, and I'm happy today to add my support to Motion 102, brought forward by my colleague, as I mentioned earlier. Health, our quality of life, and that of our children and grandchildren and future generations it depends on a healthy environment. And a healthy environment means that we should not be leaving too many deficits to mortgage our future generations. But that's another story, Mr. Speaker. I'm very proud also to sit on the Standing Committee on Environment and Sustainable Development, and of the unanimous report presented on March 24th, where the committee asked for a rapid increase in the number of protected areas. This is something that should be repeated, and I hope all Liberal members listen to this word, unanimity. When we tabled this report on March 24th, we were unanimous in supporting it. And that's a report for the environment. I hope that they will give us the possibility of voting unanimously to change the rules and the regulations of the House of Commons. But that's another question, Mr. Speaker, but I would have felt remiss in not mentioning that. Now, when it comes to the health risks of formaldehyde, Mr. Speaker, why are we talking about this today? Why are we talking about the regulations that are already in place? Well, let's start with the risk, Mr. Speaker. Health Canada has indicated that formaldehyde is an irritant, and exposure to high concentrations can cause a burning sensation in the eyes, nose, and throat. Long-term exposition to moderate concentrations can also be linked to respiratory symptoms and heightened sensitivity to allergies, particularly among children. At very high concentrations, formaldehyde can cause cancer and in the nasal cavity. So, Mr. Speaker, that's why we need to make sure that we have adequate regulations in place, not only concerning the use of formaldehyde in manufactured products here in Canada, but also in its use in products that are coming into our market. Now, Mr. Speaker, I know I only have a few minutes left, so I'm going to accelerate and just talk about the importance of ensuring that our regulations be harmonized with the standards of the United States, and that they become law so that we can prevent dumping from other countries which have in the past, and we've had experience with this. We have examples where other countries which don't have the same standards, which aren't worried about quality of life and health, have used formaldehyde in such a way that has had a negative impact on people. So we need to protect against that sort of dumping, Mr. Speaker. In the riding of Portneuf-Jacques-Cartier, I have 11 businesses which are directly affected by the export of these products. Now, we want to be able to export these products, but we also don't want products from other countries come into Canada to short-circuit economic development of our local businesses, including in my beautiful riding of Portneuf-Jacques-Cartier. So, Mr. Speaker, there's an important point that we need to change in the motion. Instead of targeting regulations similar to those of the United States, I think we should rather harmonize our regulations with their regulations, and I've explained why. We need to ensure that the environment within our homes and our buildings, where we work hard to earn a living, is as healthy as possible. We live in the most beautiful country in the world, Mr. Speaker, and it's a country where, depending on the seasons, Canadians tend to spend a lot of time inside, and so this is something that should not be neglected. And the government, through regulations, targeted regulations, can protect all Canadians. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Prise du débat.
Resuming debate.
L'honorable.
The honourable member for Avignon-Métis-Matane-Matapédia has his right of reply for 5 minutes. Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. First of all, I would like to thank my colleague from Louis-Hébert. I'd also like to thank my colleague from Portneuf-Jacques-Cartier, as well as my colleague from the NDP, who spoke earlier, for their kind words. Indeed, here in the House today, I'm very happy and lucky to be able to conclude debate on M102, which would change Canadian regulations on formaldehyde coming out of composite wood products, which are intended for indoor use that are sold, provided, or supplied for sale in Canada. This regulation must align with that of the U.S. EPA. And which would establish safe limits for formaldehyde, aligned with U.S. regulations, for composite wood products sold or provided in Canada. As you know, Mr. Speaker, the American regulations will come into effect December 12th, 2017. Formaldehyde gas is a colorless gas which can come into the air in the form of emissions, and its health risks are well known. It's been studied for a number of years now and documented by Health Canada. High concentrations of formaldehyde can cause irritations to the eyes, nose, or throat, respiratory issues, and they can also make asthma in children worse, and it can even cause cancer in certain cases. And that's why it has been declared as being a toxic substance under the Canada Environmental Protection Act of 1989. Formaldehyde is found in a large number of construction materials, including composite materials, which are more and more present in Canadians' daily lives. Formaldehyde comes from resin that is used in the creation of composite wood materials. As you might know, Health Canada has drawn a direct line between interior air quality and formaldehyde emissions. The CSA standard 0160 is a voluntary standard. As such, its application is not standardized, and it's not even necessary or imperative, unlike laws or regulations. As such, the motion debated today is essential, as it answers a problem that has not been resolved and which will only get worse when American regulations come into effect in December of 2017. This motion will not only protect the health of all Canadians who buy and use these products, but it will also allow us to ensure that the industry that fabricates composite wood products remains competitive, and that consumers who purchase these products in Canada will receive the same quality product as that which is currently purchased by American consumers. All those who wish to sell these products in Canada will have up until December 12th, 2017 to respect the American standards. So a certification program and environment. So with this regulation, the Americans clearly indicated to those who create composite wood products that the health of Americans is their priority. Like the majority of Canadian manufacturers of composite wood, well, most have already invested in modernization to prepare for the arrival of the new American standards. So because they've done this, they'll still be able to export to the United States, and they won't have any negative effect on their operations. However, certain manufacturers, foreign manufacturers who have not made the necessary investments, might wish to dump their products, for example, in Canada, if they can't be sold in the United States. So once we have a certification process in Canada, which will be similar to that of the United States, this will ensure protection for Canadian consumers by guaranteeing that the products that they purchase will be as high quality as possible. To sum up, Mr. Speaker, I would once again like to highlight the leadership of our manufacturers who've made investments to make sure they respect the highest possible standards to limit the exposure of Canadians to formaldehyde. I have the great fortune of having one of these companies in my riding. It employs about 200 people, and it actively contributes to the economic development of our region. So on that, Mr. Speaker, I would like to again thank my colleagues, and it's an opportunity like this that allows us to all work together for the well-being and the health of all of our fellow Canadians. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. The question is the following. Mr. Massé Avignon, la Métis Matan Matapedia, seconded by Mr. Graham, moved that, in the opinion of the House, the government should A, adopt regulations on formaldehyde emissions for composite wood products intended for indoor use that are sold, provided, or supplied for sale in Canada. And B, ensure that these regulations are similar to U.S. Environmental Protection Agency regulations, enforcing the formaldehyde emissions standards in the U.S. Toxic Substances Control Act, Title 6, in order to protect the health of Canadians who use these projects. Is it the pleasure of the House to adopt the motion? All those in favor of the motion will please say yay.
All those opposed, please say nay. In my opinion, the yeas have it. Pursuant to order made on Monday, April 3rd, 2017, the division stands deferred until Wednesday, May 3rd, 2017, immediately before the time provided for private members' business. It being now 2:18, this House stands adjourned until next Monday at 11 a.m., pursuant to Standing Order 24-1. Have a great weekend.